the top is purple and start taking your seats. So we'll go again and 5 minutes. Once again, as all work and today's purple, please start taking your seats.
What's your name? Christian. We open?
Yeah, no, I do.
We open? Hi, you're right.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
IDs first and then you can
How are you?
Well, I can't guarantee it. 900,000? But I'm civil. 30,000? 30.
You need AD, bro?
Not to get. You're right. You're right.
Thank you. How many climax?
2 more.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I don't care.
You did it on purpose, yes? The 1K behind.
No,
The 1 kill, yeah. You forgot the 1K.
I was saying this under my walnut.
I saw it. That's why I always double check. This is your time.
Cheese, thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to Luton. We are in Luton town. first time since they got demoted to the championship. We were in the Premiership last time we came. The fifth one. Not a good start. Welcome to GUKPT Luton, the festival that started. Unbelievable numbers this week so far. Have you played anything like that?
I haven't.
You didn't manage to get yourself here for the 840 runner.
Fancy it. I'm not local anymore. A couple of years ago, maybe.
Oh, of course, you've moved.
Not local anymore, unfortunately.
They open at 820 odd runners.
Yep. Great.
This
great
event,
numbers.
605.
Brilliant.
Oh, and we're down to the final 9. So we are down to the final 9, and that means that this is the stream that we're concentrating on today. And we'll give you a rundown of what we're going to be live streaming for the rest of the week during tonight's stream. But this is the mini main final. As you can see there are all the chip counts. Paul Panis checked his endem. There's not much about Paul that anybody knows.
There's a bit about Paul, someone knows. I was walking in, just popped outside to the little terrace bit and or smoking area, whatever you want to call it. And guy comes up to me, goes, Jay, my friend Paul is on the feature table. He goes, watch out for him. He's a bit of I won't say the word he used, but he's a bit unorthodox. I like using that one. So maybe we can have a little look out for Paul.
Oh, that could be interesting.
And he's got the chip lead as well, so could be in for a show.
Well, he's had 4 caches in the 12 years of the database that he's been involved in. So interesting stuff. So any names on there we're looking at? Obviously, nice to see Bixie on the final.
Yeah, good to see Bixie, Bihal, regular. Zacheng actually been on a bit of form last few tournaments. However, we'll need a spin, just 2 big blinds coming in as our short stack.
And we do have to look at this. I'm not being funny, but that shirt is the best. If you're going to win a tournament, wear a shirt like that. That is just cool. So we are just about off. We are in Luton for the next 5 days. A couple of days to have a bit of kip, and then we're in Reading next week. Can't do them direct. So first trip to Reading for a while.
Shame we can switch Luton and like Coventry round for 8 in a few weeks, because you know what's happening in Coventry tonight, don't you?
No, what?
Spurs Coventry. Coventry at home to Spurs in the
Is
cup.
it really?
Yeah, it
Oh, I
is.
didn't know that.
Yeah, so
Oh man.
that would have been a nice one to be there for.
Oh, I'm just going for the teas.
Yeah.
I'll see you at 9:30. I didn't know that. I didn't know they'd drawn Coventry. Well, that's a shame. I did not know they'd drawn Coventry City. Be a good game. That should be a sellout, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
You'd think so. You'd think it'd be a sellout. Happy days. I see you did well in Vegas. That's some months ago.
It seems like a lifetime ago, Vegas.
Where have you been, Happy Days? We've done about 4 events since then. Jay had a lovely score in Vegas. Final table, his first bracelet event, finishing 5th. Came home with more money than he went with, which is always nice. So we're back. What do you think about the new carpet?
I know. Can't miss it, can you?
I'll tell you what, it's a right good refurb. The sports area,
Yeah.
the sportsbook area is second to none. It is class. It is so good. It is so good. So here we go, first hand of the day. Blinds are 15,000, 30,000. We'll just give you the chip counts. The chip leader with 2.7 million and 90 bigs. Really good indeed. Are we on all weekend, says Jerry? Yes, we are, Jerry. Wednesday, we'll show you the live streaming schedule during this transmission. But we are here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. And as you can see, bottom right-hand corner where the pot size is, GUKPT London, Luton mini main final table. Like that.
Our short stack. Zacheng, first hand, finds a hand to go with. Ace-9 off, unfortunately. Running into Bixie's ace-jack here.
Got this with the first elimination. Second hand in. Let us see. There's Jack for Bixie. 675. Zacheng short stack 245. We'll get you the cash and the prizes on the screen straight after this hand.
So looking good for Big Caesar Cheng at needing a 9. Down to just a 9, otherwise going to lose our short stack first hand.
And do. Ace 9 versus Cheng. So the payouts will come up on the screen as soon as he departs. Unlucky is Cheng. There we go. £2,300. Paul Panius, 2.7 million and 90 bigs as chip leader. And the payouts for the rest of the people. Here they go. £26,500 for first place. And 2,750 locked up. Now we've lost one. Zicheng not getting the spin. Oh, is that thin or what?
Yeah, a little bit thin.
Hello from 40,000 feet in the air. Better than the in-flight entertainment. Nice one, Candy. How are we doing, Candice? Are you coming back from Florida? Have you been in America all that time? Looked like you were having a whale of the time with the kids.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
Where are you off to, Candice?
Well, that's true.
You coming home?
Coming
or
home
you going
or
somewhere
going?
else?
Coming home or going? That's the big question. From 40,000 into the air.
That's a new one, isn't it? That is a new one.
Oh.
Don't think we've had that in 6 years.
One fellow from 40,000 feet in the air. I love it. Good luck to mix it, says Candy. Been back from Florida a couple of weeks. Now off to St. Lucia. Fantastic. That is amazing. Have a great time, Candice. And we will see you soon, I'm sure. Keep living the dream. St. Lucia. Somewhere I've looked at for a long time and never actually thought, go on, I'll do that. It's supposed to be absolutely stunning. So we're on 8. Lines of 15.30.
Anthony off of 30 there. King 10 off. Seems good from gun. It's one of these middling stacks. Picks in the card. Jack 5 of clubs. Thinks better of it. Lets it go. Expect Ram to do the same on the button.
Jack 5 from the small. Just to defend.
One from Andreas here, A6 suited. Definitely think we'll do some checking. He's sitting second in chips.
Only raising up by the looks of this.
But in general, we do like to check a lot of these middle into low suited. Ace off of 30. B how, just one if B how shov's not going to be able to call off, but he's just going to get the Jack 5 out of there.
And does indeed.
And we're on a 40-minute clock, Jerry, until we get 5-handed, and it is 30 then. But 40-minute clock throughout. Mini-main?
Yeah, we obviously had so many minutes left at the level that they got to the final last night. They paid 74 people. Bouncy, obviously, Mincash. Obviously, Mincash, don't bounce it.
What's new?
Albert Sapiano cashed. Callum Gordon cashed again. The Mad Turk. Elliot Pagny cashed. George Pop. The Rosa finishing 16th. Matt Davenport 11th. For more points. So plenty of names on the tour cashing in this one. But it is a 40-minute clock when they get to the full amount of time on the level. Afternoon, Francis. Francis watching on Facey. Hope to see you later this week. How did all in Vin do in Vegas? Never saw him. Never. Did you see him?
I didn't see him once actually.
No.
Don't think he was out there.
Never saw him. You normally see a face just flicking through the crowds, but never saw him. I don't think I saw Luke either. So, did not see them. And how's about this for a trip? Florida, St. Lucia, Blackpool.
Saving the best till last.
Absolutely. See you in Blackpool. I don't think you'll need your bikini and your flip-flops. We've been November in Blackpool. Even though, to be fair, this week, Scorchio.
Yep.
Beautiful weather out there.
It was nice. Obviously went away too hot for me. Like it was like 30.
Oh, how was it? Where did you end up?
Well,
I know you just said Spain.
Yeah, we were in Mallorca.
Oh,
but,
nice.
For like 12 days, but
Hot.
it's not this hot. Like the first like 4 or 5 days, I'm enjoying myself. It's
Yeah.
nice, something different. But like, there's only so many times you can sit on the beach chat. Honestly, and it's not the other thing that gets
Oh,
me.
the wife's a beach girl and shit.
It's not even that. It's for some reason we want to go to a different beach on different days when it's exactly the same thing, depending on location. Most of the beaches look the same, but we've now got to walk to one that's an extra mile away from the one we went yesterday because we haven't been to that one yet. It's like to do exactly the same thing, and there's only so much of.
It's sand and it's a lounger and it's a bit of sea.
like it's just the same whatever beach you go to. So it just baffles me how people can enjoy sitting on the beach for 11 days and just chilling in the sun. Need me mind actives,
Yeah.
like a little crossword or something to do.
No, happy days. We were on about Jay spending his thousands because he managed a nice cash of 5th place in were it 3K?
No, it was only a 1K.
A
It was
1K.
big field, yeah, big old field. Yeah, interesting one here for Neil, but doubt we're going to be calling off here. With the King Queen suited, hefty jam from Anthony, 28 bigs. Just not going to want to invest half our stack with just King High.
I would not.
One that Anthony could have gone for 3-bet not all in with as well. Really strong hand. Jacks versus the button opening range. Could have potentially gone for the 3-bet not all in here. Try and induce something from Andreas, but he's just going to get this jam through.
Shows the jacks. Paul Panias, 90 bigs. Lost one first couple of hands. Zicheng Mao. 9 for 2,300. Not a bad return for £250 entry. 220 plus the due. 605 runners. Morris says he's been red hot in Benidorm. It's been hot in Portugal. It's on fire. Oh, there's wildfires everywhere near the capital. It's pretty upsetting, to be fair. They've had it 40 degrees for a long time, and all caught fire. Do we have dates for next year's Goliath? No, we don't. Not yet. As soon as we do, we'll give them to you. We have not got the dates yet for Goliath. It'll be all over social as soon as we get the nod.
Ace 9 off here, 4-0. I think complete's kind of nice. Chip lead up in the big blind. Pull with a 5 deuce. It's just going to check.
Off to the flop. King high flop. Checked. King 7 6. 4 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, Paul had a really nice one to stab on the flop, but now got to be betting this turn here. 5 high, fold out better, lots of equity. Puts the ace-9 of nil in a tough spot. Over half pot. Maybe we just let it go, but he is going to call once with the ace high. Now, can Paul find the barrel here, Tal? That's the question.
Nice.
Just think about what Neil's got here. He's checked twice to us. He's not ever going to have really a king. 7 at best. So our hand with this 5 of clubs is just too good not to be bluffing. And it does go for the bluff. It should be working. Don't see how Neil can ever find the hero call here.
150. 150k into 170. 190, sorry.
Yeah, no club in our hand. Guess we block 8-9, but when so much in there blind on blind, but he does hero it off. Let's go, Neil.
What a call. That is with ace high. Whoa.
Well, maybe just thinking that a king bets the flop for Paul, so he's probably got to have 2 pair plus then to bet twice. Not going to go for value with a 7, perhaps, he thinks, and calls with the ace-9, no club.
Wowzers. Hey, Gary Migliotti is on his way to Mallorca on Monday. You said you were there, Mallorca?
Yeah, Mallorca.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Was it busy?
Yeah, it was actually really busy.
Oh,
Weather was really nice, so
excellent.
2 up for my liking, but like 30 degrees, which is
Perfect for the missus.
yeah, basically.
Which is why she booked it.
Yeah.
Nice one, Gary. Have a great time in Mallorca. If you want to make a note for the diary, we're back streaming next week from Reading. Sat on the veranda with a sangria in your hand, watching the live stream.
To be fair, there was one day I had a sweat on the golf, and I she went to the beach, and I went to one of the bars on the beach. I sat in the bar. I'm not even joking. I sat in the bar from about 11 a.m. all the way through tonight. I was absolutely, by the time because they had the Irish Open, and then they had the Procure.
Oh, right, yeah.
And honestly, I just necking them back like this. Eventually, it gets like 6 o'clock. She comes in. She's then sitting with me for like another 4 hours while I watch the rest of it. Yeah, it's just that was probably the best day out there. I'm joking.
Oh dear.
But I like that. I like that part of it. Like all the bars on the beach. You
Yeah.
just sit, big screen, watch the football, watch the golf, have a few drinks.
Love it. I've been to the top end. It's near Alcudia.
I don't.
Yeah, I've been there. In Mallorca.
So blinds up first time today. 20k, 40k. Can't do anything. And just the walk for Bixie. We like those at final tables.
Yeah. Ram short stack on 20 bigs. You want to check all the people that played, that cashed. Don't forget the Poker Live app. Thanks for the info. Happy days. Afternoon to Chris Hyton. Maurice Wiggum's going to Tenerife next Wednesday for 5 weeks. Have we not just come back from? Where have we just come back from? Just come back from Benidorm. He's had a week at home and now he's going to Tenerife for 5 weeks. Just living the dream, Maurice.
Life of Maurice Wiggum Tower.
Unbelievable. Turns up in Blackpool, cashes him at final tables Blackpool events, leaves with all the money, goes on holiday. Tenerife for 5 weeks. Beautiful.
Probably open here as Andreas. Second in chips. It doesn't seem like the chip leader's doing too much with the chip lead and fighting back. So I think maybe you can just recognise it's one of the biggest stacks when it's okay to take initiative, and a King 10 off does get opened. Makes it 85k. Just going to be raise and take for Andreas, you believe. Ram shouldn't be defending the 9-5 off, but see if he's got other ideas.
Once again, no players in high roller, including the remaining please start from your seats now.
So welcome one and all, wherever you are watching. But nobody this week will be 40,000 in the air. I am 40,000 feet in the air. Nobody's going to beat that.
I don't think that will ever be beaten. Unless someone goes, I'm on the moon.
Hello! Hello! I'm Elon Musk. I'm watching on the moon. Cheers, Colin. Hope you're here all weekend. There'll be plenty to give away this weekend as well. Jay will get the message from Tom from online, and Tom will throw some tokens at us, I'm pretty sure. We're back to the table, as this is the final of the minute.
18 bigs here for Ram. No real
Is it too big to...
option. Just got a jam tower. 18 is that sort of sweet spot here. Like in position, maybe off of 18 we could go for a free bet not all in, but out of position here, just want to be sending it.
Well, he has raised, not all in.
Over half his stack though, so effectively saying I'm all in, and Neil not going to be able to call off the ace-2 suited.
And away they go. You won in Luton 5 years ago. And Colin was playing with you then?
Yeah, it could have been actually. It would have been around 5 years ago here, yeah. 25, I think it was 25. And I think the following week we chopped the deep stack, if I recall correctly.
Beautiful.
I think you might be right, Colin. Good memory.
The hat. Number 1, J.R. Wood. You beat Tony Ringe.
Tony Ringe
God,
heads up,
how
yeah.
did you manage that?
I remember.
He must have let you.
No, I remember he had a massive chip lead heads up because he made a royal free-handed, and the other guy flopped the straight and he rivered a royal. I remember it was the most carnage free-handed hand I'd ever seen. But I remember him making a royal free-handed that tournament, Tony.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a lifetime ago, it seems.
Yeah. Colin Morgan was 12. If that's you, Colin. Flop to right.
No, rivered a royal.
Rivered a
Rivered a
royal.
royal against a
Rivered a
flop
royal.
straight. Yeah, I remember the hand.
Wow.
King 4 off here for Andres. Not really one that wants to do much. He is going to defend. Neil sitting third in chips.
Three, 5, 9, 2 clubs. Happy for Neil.
Can't see any other avenue but check bet fold. Neil may choose to go larger sizing on this board. 953 versus the big blind.
I've already given up with my king 4 in my head. And that'll do it.
Yeah, it does put a bit more meat on it in terms of size. It's for 175. So a big hefty 3/4 80% pop. Just going to be at the end of it.
Is Andreas the one that's really, really, really loud on the outer tables and then he gets to a final table and never says a word?
I don't know. First, I've
Pretty
actually
sure
seen
that's
him.
Andreas.
Andreas Orthodoxou.
I think it is, you know. I'm pretty sure he's ever so vocal, shall we say, on the outer tables. And I do remember him in London, I'm pretty sure. It might not be him, but it kind of reminds me of him. There was a very good cash player on that final table too. He plays high stakes in London. Who was on that final table then? David Sanford, Scott Thacker.
No, I know both of them.
There's an
Neither
unknown.
of them.
There's two unknowns on there as well. It's not Tony Ringe. Won't be Dennis O'Mahony.
It weren't third place. I know third was Jake.
Well, Tom Walsgrove.
That sounds like it could be someone.
Tom Walsgrove. Could well be. Maybe it's him.
It's not suited for Bixie.
Or it was Dennis. He plays high stakes. There you go.
Andreas here with deuces in the small blind. Kind of close. Depends what we think of Anthony behind us. Is it going to be? Does have a stack that could potentially squeeze jam. Seems kind of a close one for Andreas with the deuces, whether to call or fold. I'm just going to have a look. Anthony with the king 8 here. Tough one to defend three-way, splitting equity in a three-way situation, likely to be dominated. Does want to see C3.
Here's Jack 4, 2 hearts. Pick your flops, Bixie. Wow.
I think one with our hand as well, just to go nice and small on as Bixie. Board that we are going to be betting most of our range on as the opener. And we just got a really nice hand to go for a small sizing. Doesn't need any protection. Still get calls from some Jack X, some King Queen, Queen 10, stuff like that. Want all of this stuff involved still. Does go with third. Andreas now lets go of the deuces. Anthony will do the same with the King 8.
Good luck, Rambo, says David. David De Bono. Good to see your chips are going to good use. Who's Rambo? You have to tell us which one's Rambo. There certainly ain't no look-alike.
Probably Ram in seat 4.
Ah, Rambo, I like it. Like it. Of course.
Ram in seat 4.
There's
is
me
probably
thinking of
Rambo.
Sylvester Stallone, and then nobody looks not like him. And we'll go for seat 4. What you got to work out now is whether that's a T-shirt from the shop Or the T-shirt from Turkey. One's £250, one's £7.
What's the most expensive item of clothing you've ever bought, Tower? I'd like to know this.
Apart from a suit for the wedding, it would have been a pair of jeans probably.
A pair of jeans. How much?
70 quid probably.
70 quid. Yeah, still
501s or whatever they were.
Still a lot to.
Bit of 501 something. You got trainers worth more than my wardrobe.
I just wanted to know. It's just a question for you.
Yeah, I'd say the old 501s that were out were about 70 quid. Got a nice golf shirt that cost 50.
Oh, okay. Do you know the first year I started playing golf, I think I had 5, maybe 6 pairs of golf shoes because I was playing a lot during lockdown. What used to happen is because I'd be in like my golf clothes, but I'd wear my normal shoes. I always used to put my golf shoes in my golf bag, and I'd get to golf and forgot when I've got home the last round. I've just taken them off. The amount of times I had to just buy a new pair from the golf shop, and I ended up having bloody loads of pairs of golf shoes when I first took up the thing.
It would be nice to be in a situation where you turn up at golf and somebody dresses you to what you're wearing today, which is what happens on telly. You're wearing this kit today, okay.
And now with the Monster and the big couple of kings, 3 bets, be how out of the way, as he should be.
How well did Tim play to win the WPT? Saw some of the coverage.
Played very well, ran very well, lethal combination.
Absolutely.
When you get dealt aces, then kings, that's always hard to do. But he played very well, and obviously when a player of Tim's calibre runs well, it's going to be hard to stop him.
And how does Ali Ayoub get on the winners photo? He's like Nathan Slater.
I don't know. He's the Midlands Nathan Slater Tower.
He's like Nathan Slater, always there on the winners photo. What about Stato?
Oh yeah, of course. How can we forget Stato? Yeah.
EPT. Fantastic effort.
I watched it basically all because where I was, there was nothing to do.
Of course,
so I was just lying
you
there.
on your jollies.
I was lying there all day, just had that stream on, and played very well as well. Stato made some unbelievable folds actually.
That was some score. That
deserves it as well. Like one of the real good guys. Like been around for years.
Yep. Always got time to chat. Always nice and friendly.
Funny as well, to be fair. Very quick-witted.
Yeah, super score. 1.1 milli. Very nice indeed. And just the numbers in Barcelona was just mad, just unbelievable, wasn't it? Just, every event was just mad.
Just poker's still alive. So I'm here with the middle pair. Continues, and Paul just getting out of the way. Not really seen much from Paul with the chip lead. Just kind of sitting there, waiting to see what happens. Not sort of put his foot down yet.
Yeah, Magical Jarrett says Nathan 4 days in a week. You're right. He won 4 tournaments in Blackpool in 1 week. All last week. 4 comps. 4 local comps. They've got a monthly leaderboard.
I thought you were going to say 4 runners.
Oh no,
you know?
no! Just because he was in four winners pictures, he actually won them all.
Right, okay.
They have a monthly leaderboard there and the monthly league, and him and Sean Donovan doing very well. Nathan won 4 in a week.
Wow. Getting them tokens saved up for GUKPT Blackpool.
Absolutely, which is on its way soon.
Jay, what would you defend the big blind with off of 30 big blinds plus? Kind of varies. A lot of things to ask yourself. First, the opening size, of course. We're going to defend more hands against 2 BBs than we would 3 BBs. Second, stage of the tournament we're in. If like we're in last 1% of the field, last 2 tables, ICM pressure there, so then we start defending tighter. If we're just playing a cash game and we're playing for chips, I don't know why we'd be sitting in with 30 bigs, but if we are just playing for chips, then we can defend any 2 suited cards, like 7-5 off, going to be fine, 5-4 off, all this stuff. So very wide. If you're just playing in a cash game, things will change depending on opening size, percentage of the field left, lots of different variables to take into account. There's no one correct answer for that question. Need some variables to weigh up. Like for example, if someone's opening to 5 big blinds, like we'd then fold stuff like our 7-8 off, 10-9 off that would usually be calls, like probably even stuff like 8-6 suited and 9-7 suited, just because of the size that they've opened. If they're going legitimate 2 big Bs in terms of chips, probably it's like 85% of the deck, I'd say 80% around there. No, if they raise under the gun, they make it 2 big blinds. King 10 and King Jack perfectly fine to defend in the big. And yes, I think I will be there for the Cav Cup, Blue.
On the 2nd. How are we doing, Kev? What about you lot managing to sneak a win in yesterday against Fleetwood Town on penalties?
Ugh.
On penalties. Fleetwood Town taking Stoke City onto penalties. Crazy.
This is a big turn for Neil, and perfect turn to continue barreling now. As Neil, Christian's going to have some bare 5x, 4x, 3x hands, some 6x, like even a hand like King 6, Queen 6, Jack 6 ahead of us, so just seems too good a turn not to fire now as Neil, especially with a 7 in hand, blocking the nuts, weighing up all these factors. Very nice. And now Christian in a tough spot. Like on first glance looks like an insta fold, but we are up against button here, and like there are hands we are still ahead of, some King Jack, Queen Jack, stuff like this, and it's not like a worry because we expect all the ace highs to check. If he has ace Jack, ace 9, ace Queen, ace King, these seem like they all want to check here for Neil, so wouldn't be surprised if Christian did stick around for one, but is going to make the fold with the ace high. Well played, Neil. Gets the better hand to fold.
Rest of the schedule for Luton. If you want to come and join us, that was all last week. So that is finished with the openers. The mini-main Saturday got loads of players as well. Afternoon, welcome to Luton. But this is what we're on with now, Wednesday the 18th of September. Hope everybody is good. There's a £200 turbo that started at 5 o'clock. Keep you updated with that. Cash out satellite a little bit later. We're doing the mini-main final until its conclusion. Then tomorrow we'll be doing the high roll. What time do we start tomorrow, pal? High roll day 2. 12. Oh, same time.
Ooh, better set me alarm.
Main event starts at 1. High roller starts at 12. That's strange. We might check that. Might be the other way around. We'll have to see about that. But main event day 1B doesn't normally start at 12, but we'll ask the question whether it's a 1 o'clock start or a 12 o'clock start tomorrow. And then rest of the week, don't forget the Sunday is always a busy one with the Cup Day 2, the seniors over 50s, PLO, and the closer in the club, and then the online closer on the Monday and Tuesday online. But that is what is on here in Luton. We're live streaming the mini main and the high roller tomorrow.
Queen Jack of Spades for Andres. Raises to 85k. I like nil in the cut-off here. With the Queen 10 off, maybe thought about getting aggressive. Maybe you need to be slightly higher up the removal ladder. Queen 10 off. Big C9-7 in the big heads up here. Looks like she's going to defend. Well, I think Bixie is meant to call, but she's put the wrong chips in and it's gone as a raise here. Or is it going as a call? It has gone as a call,
Yeah.
okay.
Can't have been over 50%. So just calls with the one gappers. King 3 king on the flop.
Yeah, it could go really small here. Could go for one big blind if we wanted to as Andres. 40k seems really nice on the king king as the early position opener. And potential barrel as well, this one. Queen Jack of Spades, unblocking the backdoor suits. One that in your head already you could actually thinking about tripling off. It does continue, regardless of size. Going to work. It goes fairly meaty. 40% on this board seems large. Going to be the same result nonetheless. Bixie out of the way.
Out of the way. In and Rich, Witty watching on Facebook. All things are good.
Witty.
Witty. So the CAF Cup, as Kev Blower mentioned, 2nd of November, charity event in Blackpool. Thousands raised for charity. All we need, multiple charities that Rick Gilby and the team will let us know on social media who they are raising the money for. I think it was about 12,000 last time we did it, and we're doing it again, 2nd of November. Bit of a party, a lot of music played, a lot of singing and dancing, a lot of drinking, and a bit of poker.
Seven, 8 diamonds for Andres here. Like usually would like fold here, but like I say, Paul's just not been doing anything with the chip lead. No one's free betting. We've only seen one reshove, and that turned out to be ace king. So I think if you recognise how this final table is playing, sitting second in chips as Andres, knowing Paul's not going to be fighting back at us, I can get behind it with the 7-8 suited here. Although from +1, but we are running into it. A Christian starts the hand with 40, and maybe one that likes the flat as well. In ICM, just a hand that's going to have an awful time free bet calling off. And at final tables, we do like to do a lot more calling, keeping the pot small when we have a decent stack, but there isn't a covering stack opening. Makes it 250. Ram now with an easy fold with the fives.
Yeah, would like to have seen a flop, but not going to get there. And then round to Andreas. And we'll do the same. Away they go. Paul and Neil, same stacks, 57 bigs, 19 bigs as a short stack on the final of the minute. This has been live streamed. until conclusion. Paul with the fours this time. Raising up. There's the 90 now, the blinds are 40,000.
Over to B how Ram shouldn't be calling the 10-9 from the small.
Riz, 90,000.
Just a raise and take.
Raise and take. Kevin went to mice. Did you see Rick Gilby there? He was there from Fleetwood. The old Cod Army. Cod Army.
Cod Army, Fleetwood.
That's the name.
Why?
Don't know. Well, it's on the docks.
Yeah, but there's a lot of
Things about a docks he could be called.
yeah.
Cod Army. Don't know. Who knows?
Fair a few football teams on the docks, I'm sure.
Cod Army.
Cod Army.
Right. I don't actually know what their nickname is. Fleetwood. Can't be Cod Army.
The Cods.
No, I actually don't know what. Somebody'd have to tell me. If I was sat here on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and Chris Tarrant says, "Oh, £100,000. Can you tell me the nickname of Fleetwood Town Football Club? Is it?" I won't have a clue.
Chris Tarrant. You mean Jeremy Clarkson?
No, Chris Tarrant.
Yeah, but don't Jeremy do that? I remember Chris when I was younger, but he was getting on a bit, weren't it?
Well, that's probably why they stopped it and then revamped it with Jeremy Clarkson.
Yeah, there you go. Chris Tarrant.
Yeah. There's a cheque for 32,000, but we don't want to give you that. Evening, Luke. How's the form? Golf's been all right. Golf's been all right. Had a couple of decent rounds, to be fair. Weather's been lovely.
Riz.
We even managed to get in a round of golf with no wind on the coast. But poker-wise, Jay's your man. Fleetwood are called the Fishermen. Are they really? I honestly didn't know that, Jarrett. I did not know that. I just know that they go around shouting, "Cod Army," all the time. And as our favourite dealer says, every day is a good day. So Mr. Nixon.
So King 10 of spades for Paul, open from +2. Andreas defends the 6-5 of clubs from the big. Doesn't look like much on first glance, but kind of an interesting one because a board that Paul can definitely see bet on, the 6-7 deuce, and Andreas got one that should be coming along. Not going to do any raising. Should just proceed in the form of a check call here. Like, yeah, there's the merit of flushing out over cards with the raise, but in this scenario, sitting second in chips, Paul having us covered. Just want to keep this pot small. Just call and take a turn. Eight of spades is a fun one.
It would be nice. Well, it's a 6. Andreas gets the check mark.
Yeah, one we could definitely do some leading on, as Andreas going to have the 6x advantage. It's also a card that even stuff like overpairs start checking back for Paul. So stuff like ace king, ace queen still inclined to call once as well, facing a lead. It does go check check to the deuce river. And now if we're Andreas here, just going to want to go to value, don't want to let ace high check back. Probably choose a size Maybe we go big here, actually. Even against ace high targeting that. We're going to have a lot of bluffs. 8, 9, 8, 10, 9, 10, 8, 5, 4, 5, 5, 3. There's a lot of stuff out there that's bricked. It's going to be a snap fold from Paul with the king 10.
We're joining the fun here in Luton. Plenty of guarantees on as well. Don't forget the high roller is a 100k guarantee.
How's that going?
That is going on. I think it was about 14.
That's very good at this stage. Wow. 42 in already.
42. 100k guarantee for the high roller.
Mukhtar's in the building.
He is. He came over and said hello when we were setting up. Nice to see you, he says. I said, nice to see you, Mukhtar. I said, are you winning? He went, I'm trying.
That's the main thing. Ewan McNicholas here as well, playing the high roller. Goliath champion last year, Toddy. Could be a fun one to cover tomorrow.
Mm.
Raise.
Ram opening car, face 9 off. Be surprised if Andrea's done anything here with a 5-3 of hearts from the small blind. Like one that just has to fold. Over to Anthony, who's got another one that's just going to have to fold from the big 10-5 off into the muck.
Into the muck they go. Yeah, already advertised in October behind the scenes. 2nd till the 6th of October, you can play in Luton, Bolton, Edinburgh and somewhere else.
Newcastle.
Newcastle. I didn't read the second line. I thought, "Down." Plenty going on. There's also events next week in the GUKPT, so I think it's 25.50 in Blackpool next week. As we know,
We're in Reading, aren't we?
we are in Reading. Yeah, we are in Reading. I'm pretty sure there's a 25.50 in Blackpool.
You staying down here for 2 days? Or
No, I decided against it. I was going to stay down and bring the clubs, but I didn't pack them. So we'll be down as a team next Wednesday into Reading. I've not been in Reading for a long time. It's 5 years, probably 6 years.
No,
maybe?
we went Reading because that was the infamous night that me. I just got back from Vegas, just got a new phone, and me and Andy Wilson both lost our phones in Reading that
Oh,
night.
you did?
And
I
he-
remember
and
that.
he-
You were
and
sat at the bar, weren't you?
And he lost his glasses as well, so it would have been 2022.
Was it?
The one Trig one in 2022.
Was it only 2 years ago?
Yep, that was 2 years ago. But
Wow,
before that,
flipping
that was the first one after lockdown. But yeah, that was the night when we both
I
somehow.
remember that. So you were
Lost
sat
our
on
phones.
the same. We were all sat on the same couch,
Yeah.
kind of thing. On the, they were like big sofas, weren't they?
Yeah.
With big table. And you both lost your phone at the same time.
He also lost his glasses. Because I remember if Gary goes to me, I lost my glasses. I went, oh, thank God I didn't wear my glasses last night then. That was...
You didn't end up in the purple turtle, did you?
maybe, we might have done.
It is the best place to go if you can manage to get a night out in Reading. See all the boys next week. Easty will be there. Josh, plus other members of the team.
I was praying on Sunday that because obviously Notts Forest beat Liverpool this weekend.
Oh, of course,
And I
yeah.
wanted to text him so bad on Saturday, but I thought, you know what, I'll wait, see what happens in the North London derby tomorrow. I even had the message sent on draft, and I was waiting for Spurs to draw or win so I could send the message, but I never got to send it. So
Yeah, that was a bit of a shock.
because usually when Spurs lose, he just texts me like, "You're all right, mate," and that's it. Just like when the final, like they'll just like he's having a conversation, like but he knows what he's doing. It's been a fairly slow start. We had the first hands. The Cheng was short. Lost Ace-9 versus Ace-Jack at Bixie, but since then, no one sort of wanting to take initiative this final. If anyone, this man who's just opening has been the most aggressive. 6-4 of spades from cut off into the chip lead as big blind, but as I say, Paul hasn't been doing much with that chip lead. Just been waiting for his holdings. And that chip lead at 2.7 to start. Now down to 2.2 and basically level with Neil and Andres.
We have 17 bigs as short stack, still plenty of play. Three comps running. High roller. The minute. And also the turbo. Our clock is the one on the right. Or is there one on the left? One on the left.
Yeah.
Day 3.
Lines up after this hand.
Blade, day 3. Hi, the man of straw. Good afternoon, welcome to Luton.
Yeah, so this will give us an inclination if Andres is really going to be getting after it, suited King 8 here. If we wanted to, could make this like 190. There's a well-timed fold. Bihal at the top end, and Neil with one here of his own. Potentially could get aggressive with, but it's going to land on flat. Wants to see free with the Ace-5 suited. Paul lets it go from the small.
See a flop. 6, 3, 2 rainbow.
A pretty interesting one here. Depends what Bihal thinks and Neil, like, will he have deuces, threes in there? Sixes I think are always going to call, but like deuces and threes may elect to fold at a final table. So do we just have the green light to do this? Coming out firing with the pocket jacks. Still 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s that didn't elect a free bet in there. And even some stuff like this that Neil has to call once with Ace-4, Ace-5 suited. Going to have to take a turn.
Yep, back doors, here we go. Does make the call. Pings the ace on the turn.
How about the front door tower?
Absolutely.
Ace of clubs.
Hello, do you have an ace? Well, here it is.
That'll be how with the check. And quite an interesting one here for Neil because it's a hand that we're probably not going to be able to get 2 streets with, although we've got less than pot back. But is there any merit in checking here and then going for our value on the river? I think that's the best way to proceed. When Bihal has one of these pocket pairs, he's drawing to 2 outs. And like the time he has the better ace X, we're going to pay off his river bet anyway. So maybe it's a nice one to check back. And when check 2 on the river, go for our value. So 9 of clubs on the end. Not the best one to see for Bihal. 9s will be in there for Neil. Looking like a block here is going to be coming in from B-Hout.
Would the backdoor flush bet the turn?
Poten-
that have been nil?
Potentially, but the thing is, Tower and FT with the ace of clubs on board is very important because now there's not really many flushes. It's like just the Broadway clubs, king, queen of clubs, queen, jack of clubs. So there's not too many out there, and it is a snap call from Neil, and he's going to see his ace 5 is good. Unfortunate for B-Howe, leaves himself short.
Yeah, leaves himself with just under 8 bigs.
So I'm guessing targeting a smaller pair there. He's planning on bet folding.
Are we going to the IPO next month? Yes, I am. We will be there. Are you going?
I'm not going, but I'm trying to think how you're going to be there because I haven't got any days in my calendar next month. Yeah, Monday, Tuesday.
We'll be there all week.
Is that got to be back end of October?
Yes. The bank holiday Monday, I think, is the last Monday in October, all the time in Dublin. And the IPO always finishes on the Monday. Right. So I think it's like the 28th. So yeah, we'll be there. The team will be there indeed. Jay might be over a plane. Back home.
Maybe.
Yeah, the team will be there streaming the IPO with Nick Gahara and Glenn Doyle. This year it's sponsored by Stars. You can qualify for the €320 main for 11 quid. Very nice indeed. Get yourself over to Dublin for cheap.
Lovely sight for B-Howe. We just lost that pot, got unfortunate, but when you got 6 BBs, ace queen is a delight to see. Does send it into the middle. Andreas with the ace 10 here from +2. And personally, kind of close. It's only 6 bigs. B-Howe going to shove worse suited ace-X. I'd personally call here Tower. Just call sub 6 big blinds. B-Howe going to have ace 9 for ace deuce. Going to have king 10 suited, queen 10, jack 10 suited, maybe some like 10-9 suited in there. A lot of hands that we do dominate. We'll see what Andreas comes with. It's not for a big proportion. It's like 15% of our stack. I think we got a call Tower.
And does. Folding round in turn, and Bixie says no, I'm not even calling. So off we go. Do we get a full double? We are Wang with ace queen. King high flop, king 3-4. Good for a double up.
Looking nice. Some chop outs.
Yeah, 2 to chop. 10 to leave in 8th. And it's not. Full double for B out, back up to 700k. Andreas 1.8.
Yeah, feels good that. Losing a big one in the very next hand. Getting that double back to 14 bigs for B-Howe. Bottom of the pack with Anthony. 33 minutes to go until the end of the first sesh.
Yep. 40-minute clock all the way through. Well, until we get 500, then it drops down to a 30-minute clock. The great number's 607 in the mini. Great numbers in the
Ace king for nil now.
Nice. And you got your stack up to 2.6 mil with the blinds at 50. There's chip leader. You think, look down at ace king.
Yeah, pocket threes for Paul here. He's going to look it up, have a little call. Does have position. Maybe one that does like folding at an FT. Wants to see. And we'll not see with 10-6. So we'll be heads up between Neil and Paul. I guess this is one of the benefits. When blinds get out of the way, we will have position on the pot. Odin Sabribas, Evening Town, J. Ian Simpson's doppelganger in seat 2.
Yeah, that's the kind of shirt Ian would be wearing. I think we have a flop. We have a flop.
Yeah, whatever Neil's got here, even if it's come ace or king high, I like doing a lot of checking in this spot. Does check over to Paul. He's going to check back with the threes to the 10 of hearts turn. So three's still best here. Not the most appetising turn to barrel on here though for Neil. Going to be a lot of this like queen jack, jack 10 suited, 10-9 suited, king 10, king queen. In this sort of calling range of Paul in position. It does go check, check once more. So three's holding on, just fading aces, kings and queens.
And does.
And probably both players just happy to show down, still beat some suited ace X with the ace king. Threes are obviously beating the ace high.
Things you like to see when you've got threes in your hand, there's a check in front of you. So 26,500 first place, 2,750 locked. Zheng Mao Fout second hand of the final two. The 2,300. Well played to him.
Yo, darling. Darling. Sunshine. Buttercup.
Andres, couple of aces.
Very nice. 1.8 milli. Just over 35. Is it 110? Oh. Get it settled down. He ain't playing Queen 2, he's just getting settled. She's under a hand to play, yes, she beats it.
Other than the first hand, really, after she busted to Cheng. Ace Jack, greater than Ace 9. And we'll fold over to B How. 5-3 of hearts for him. Should see defend. Defend he does.
One gappers. 6, 6, 2. Beautiful shot.
So Andreas with aces here can go really small tower. Could even go for one big blind if he wanted to. But last time on a board where it should have gone small, he did go rather large. So series going to continue with the big size in. I think like 50, 60k is in order here a lot of the time. It does just go for a slightly large up third pot. And over to B How. 5-3 at heart's going to have to stick around for one.
Does this stack size mean he might get away?
I know, not for third turn. No, we always have to continue. But he might actually be thinking about a small check raise here. That's what could be going on. I just think at this stack depth, we want to just play cool, because if we then get 3 bets shoved on. Well, he has gone for check raise. Okay. But the combo and the hand on this board's a really nice choice tower, but I'm not a fan of it at this stack depth, because now if Andreas sets us in, we're then just going to be getting like what, over 3-1 with like a backdoor flush draw and a gut shot, when we could have just checked call, getting 4-1. But if we were deeper, I could definitely get behind the check raise with 5-3 of hearts here. I just think at this certain depth. And this is the problem now. Now what do we do? And this is the problem tower. Now we get jammed on. We just got to relinquish this equi, or do we have to call it off? Well, he is going to call off.
Oh, he has called it off.
So he is going to call off with the 5-3 of hearts. See the bad news. He's up against aces. And B How on the hunt for a 4 here. Backdoor hearts will do it too. I think maybe a slight misstep from the man in 5. Maybe we just check call this flop pure. Went for the check raise. No help there.
Down to a 4. And a 4 only. And it's not next door. Biel Wank busting out in 8th. Andreas takes him.
Yeah, nice pot for Andreas. B How. I think when he thinks back about that one, maybe disappointed.
£2,750 for 8th, down to 7.
And a classic example tower as well. This game we play, how difficult it is. Like 5-3 of hearts at 60 bigs there. Fine to check raise at that stack depth at 20 bigs on the flop. Just got to check call for the reason we don't want to get 3 bet set in and then give ourselves an insane price with a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw.
What's Frankie been to a wedding?
I know you then get the question is, well, if we're not check raising, then when we do check raise, we only have value right, but that's not the case. Now, at this stack depth, we'd probably choose some stuff that we don't mind folding, that's not strong enough to check call, but if we do raise flop and get 3 bets and easy fold, something there like 7-5 of spades, 7-8 of spades, something wrapped around the 6 with the backdoor flush draw, rather than a gut shot, which is, I think, just one that's a comfortable check call at that particular stack depth. An interesting one. B How out in 8th.
And 6 into the muck from Christian. Mixing the same. And we're just under 20. On Andreas, seat number 6. We're around about the time when the action tracker lost connection. Oh, instantly gets it back. Calls with a 9-5. Okay.
We're on both, Kev, and Facebook as well. GUKPT.
Yep.
On YouTube. Sorry, Grosvenor Poker. Grosvenor Poker on Twitch.
I've already watched it myself on YouTube, so I know it's on. I don't think it's the top one when you type in GUKPT
Yeah,
live stream.
the best thing to do is type in GUKPT, click the channel, and then go to live on the channel, and it will be there. It's always there if you can't find it. So type in GUKPT,
Yeah.
click the channel. So here, Grosvenor Poker, the Grosvenor Poker.
And there it is.
And then if you go to live, this little thing, I know it's
Look
there,
at
but
that.
sometimes it's not on home. But if you go to
Love
live,
it.
it's always there on
It
live.
is there. It is on YouTube. It is on Twitch and Face It.
When the bar is full. End of this level.
Oh,
Yeah,
of course, I forgot that rule.
Every
Yeah,
bar.
I forgot that rule.
Just over 20 minutes to go until the end of the first session. And then a break, probably 15 minutes. And then back with the final of the mini. £25,000 up top.
Great prize for a 250 quid buy-in.
Great field. 607.
Anthony gets to check his option with the 7-5.
Queen, Queen, Jack.
Coming in gutter for Andres. Difficult to fold out better though, so I think one that likes to just check call does go check check. 2 of hearts on the turn. He's going to go for this delay, and delay will work.
There we go, there's a Kev. Do you prefer YouTube, Kev? I always thought Twitch had the more crisper picture. Or is it the chat? Have them both open. Just don't have both sounds on, because we'll be echoing.
Raise 100,000. Cross.
Three bet 275 with the Jacks. Christian into. Initially raised to 100, gets out of the way. Much prefer Twitch, but on the TV in the different room, it's can't get Twitch. Fair enough, Kev. Aye, what is it? Your back, something like that. Your back, your leg, your knee. Struggling about, old Kev. Hope to see you soon, pal. Hopefully Blackpool. If not, we're back in Luton again in November. And then the final leg of the year for the team is in Coventry. There is a 300 Crown Comp in Cov. The team will be streaming.
All in.
Plus
13 minutes.
So Andres gets out of the way, the button gets out of the way. Back round to Neil in the small. Shall we see a flop, please? Should just call to see a flop. Well, unless he runs into something big, he'll get there. Well, 10 jack. Could be raising, but decides to knuckle. So off to the flop. Seven nine flop, 7-4 deuce, 2 hearts. So Neil hits a piece. Eight of clubs on the turn. After we decide to check. Flicking a little bit. Half pot maybe.
Yeah, kind of nice. Blind on blind, get value.
Looks like about 80.
Yeah, Paul should be calling this hand 2 overs and a gut shot. With position as well, can get creative on some rivers.
So he does make the call. Queen of Diamonds misses Paul. Neil with the check mark.
Difficult river for Paul to bluff. I think Neil's always checking, but hard to rep a queen as Paul.
Shouts one pair, and it is good. $26.5 first place round the trophy. 19,660 for second. We're down to 7. Break on its way in 15.
What you done, Kev? Struggling to get anywhere at the moment? I assume that means that you've injured yourself. Oh, what a sight for Bixie.
Beaut. Not that many cards to play with at all as Bixie, but decides to look down. And this time the old boots are there. Hey Colin, yes it is. 50 is the seniors on Sunday.
So no, you can't play, Colin.
100,000.
Bixie hates to see that. Just quick folds all round.
You know, the back gets better. Mr. Kev. Not seeing in Blackpool, back down in Luton. Coventry at the end of the year.
They say your heart's a ram. One that's okay to open. 7-handed now at this final table. Everyone locked up £3,210, and Andreas here with a nice candidate. We haven't seen any of this yet, this final table, but this is one that will be used and will be used a lot. Is the King Queen to go for the free bet, but lands on flat would much prefer to see him just make this like 300k. Don't really do much flatting from +1 at final tables tower. There will be some stuff in there, but
Not many.
still like the whole table left behind us. Can squeeze. Better to take initiative ourselves. Now going to have to navigate, but does get a lovely flop.
Queen 9 flop. Queen Jack 2 rainbow.
Not much going on here for the ace-8 of hearts. May have one c-bet and be done with it, but Andrea's repping a very strong range himself once he calls our under the gun open. Does go for 100k, just north of quarter. Clear call for Andreas with position.
Which he does.
100,000.
So there's the king of spades. Andreas likes to see that.
There's Ram thinking about repping this king. We'll have ace king, we'll have ace 10. Still will have stuff like queens, jacks, king, queen, king, jack. And looks like he is getting after it with the ace in here.
Is it 2.5?
And now I really hope, Tower, Andreas here finds flat and doesn't panic and just go all in against Ram's stack size. Just want to keep bluffs in, keep our range wide, make it look like we can still have a jack 10 suited, a queen 10 suited, something that's picked up and down, or a gut shot to go with a pair. King 10, something like that. Just keep the bluffs in of Ram. Really love this from Andreas, and just giving our opponent some rope on the river. If it does come off a brick, is Ram going to unload here with the ace-8 of hearts? Well, we're about to find out.
We are 3 of diamonds river. This is bricky as it can be.
He's going to be getting beaten into the pot. Although we're not actually loving it as king queen, because would Ram now go for a shove with ace king, or would he check call? Maybe he would still shove ace king, but we still beat stuff like king jack, jack queen, that would all shove for value. So no world in which Andreas can fold if Ram did go for it, but time bank going to be used. Like, we don't love it as Andreas, jack's a thing. Queens and kings, only one combo of each. Ace 10's in there pure at 16 combos. 10-9 suited maybe in there as well, but our hand's going to be too good to do anything but call. Just because we beat queen jack, we beat king jack. Our opponent may shove aces, ace king for value.
Can we ever put the brakes on us, Ram?
I think we can. But maybe Ram thinks that Andreas has one pair here. King 10, queen 10, jack 10. Ace jack, ace queen that didn't free bet. Maybe thinking that he's just got a lot of these one pair holdings tower that pick up a straight draw on the turn, and there we go. There is the all in. He has gone for it.
Yes, indeed.
Unfortunately, it is ill time because Andreas has a hand that shouldn't be folding. And credit to Ram, because at a mini main final table, don't often see this. The triple off with the ace 8, and surely as Andreas can't be folding here. We beat value, sir. As soon as we start eking into that remit of beating value hands, can't be folding top 2. But we're not loving it. It's one of those situations. It's we know we can be beat, but we beat enough, and then once we scatter in some bluffs, if our opponent is capable. He's going to use another bank. But you'd be ill here, Tower, as Ram, if you had king jack, for example.
Yeah.
Like you'd just
He
be
has
ill.
made the call.
And Ram is going to stand up.
Yeah.
And we're going to lose Ram. Love the heart. Don't actually mind the line, because there is a lot of cool folds in there. All this queen 10, king 10, jack 10 suited, ace jack, ace queen. A lot of hands in there that call twice and have to fold river. Unfortunately, Ram running into one that just has to call it off. And now, nice healthy chip lead.
Look at that. It's only on the last two eliminations, both bluffing it off basically. Something you don't see on a final table very often. Well, be out with the 5-3, and now with the ace high. Oh, Ramalam, off he goes. Ramalang's gone to ding dong. Down to 6. Haven't seen old Fang this year. Is she still playing, says Manastro? Oh, yeah, I think she is. I think she turns up when she. You don't know what is she university? Is she? I don't know. Is she on holiday? I don't actually know.
How are we doing, Gully?
Good poker player.
Yeah, very. Evening, gents. Forgot you were streaming. Surprised B has bust. I'd have put money on him if I was on the book beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I personally think he made a bit of a blunder, in my opinion.
Yeah, go back and watch it if you want to, Mr. Gully. When you can.
Opted to check raise 5-3 hearts on 6-6 deuce rainbow 1 heart at 20 bigs effective and sort of priced himself into a call off. But I just think at that stack depth, these gut shots are the ones that just always check call because we don't want to get free bet sent on and not be able to realise that equity for cheap.
Last 6 minutes of the first session and then a 15-minute break. I'm going to be thinking Andreas might get a bit of a chip up with the mountains he's got in front of him. And it's some problem to have when you can't see your cards.
That's when you need to call your mate over, get a photo quick before they chip them all up.
And then use it for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
Heading to the break. First break of the mini main final. 6 left.
6-5 off on the bottom for Bixie. Seems too loose. Bixie agrees. We'll have some jams here now as Andres. This one probably one that's not going to be doing any. Maybe one that might raise at some frequency. Trash holdings want to be polar at this stack depth with Anthony. Looks like it's going to come with raise, love it. So maybe Andres now. We're going to see the foot put down.
Right, let's see, it is the big blind. Mr. Needleman watching on YouTube. Hi chaps, hope you both well. Just joined the stream. We'll try and see if I can pick a Champions League treble for yourself tonight. Get on Celtic. Celtic are odds on in the Champions League.
Who are they playing? Someone from Azerbaijan?
I didn't know Rotherham had qualified. And a big game for Spurs at the Rico, absolutely. I didn't realise that Coventry City were playing Tottenham. If only we'd been at the Rico. Couldn't write it.
Queen 10 and 4 Bixie. Tight is right.
Absolutely. Especially when Andres is chip leader, looks down at Jacks. Ace-5 in the small.
I'd personally jam here, Tower. As Anthony. Yeah, nice. It's not going to work, but
yeah.
It's a nice jam here for 12. The offsuit ace-x facing the button open from the chip leader. Really nice shove, in my opinion. Unfortunately, sometimes you will just run into it. That doesn't necessarily mean it's over. We can find an ace 1 in 3 times.
Does he do it? Or does the chip leader add more to his stack?
Well, any double gutters about?
Oi, oi, any 2, any 6 now playing.
Basically a coin flip now. Deuces, sixes, aces. Well, there you
Oi, oi.
go.
5 to chop.
Anthony doubles. Unless we see a 5, but we don't.
Sit right down, sir. Up to 1.3 milli.
Love to see that on the turn. Locked up, other than a chop. And Anthony gets rewarded. And to be fair, I think it's a really good jam against the chip leader open on the button.
Will we see Mr. Needleman for the seniors this week? If not, there's always another one coming up in Blackpool and then back here at Luton. Afternoon, the Chef Brad. Oh, he's all over social at the minute. Oh, I like Gemma, here he is, Chef Brad, doing his little bit of catering here. I'm in a table, what's it got? I'm in a garden of 60 there today. Tomorrow I'm in a garden of 90. He's busy, busy, busy. See you soon. Have you not seen him? No. Oh, Chef Brad's all over social.
I thought
he's too busy.
I thought he was like the hot tub connoisseur or something.
No, he's not. I don't think he's been that busy. He's not turned his hot tub on this year.
Okay.
Chef Brad here. We've got a great garden party today for 90. The King's coming.
Have a magical day. He doesn't say that, does he? Have a magical day.
He does. He does. Have a magical day, peeps. And see you soon. He's everywhere, man.
The last hand of the session.
What does Christian do? Does he still sit there and have his massage?
Oh no, you say back in 15. We'll have a break. You have a break. We all have a break.
Just carry on.
You what? You just sit there on your break.
I'd sit there and you say, "You carry on. I've got you for half an hour. Carry on."
But then when you come back, she's got to go because she sat through break massaging you. Now you're not getting a massage at the table.
Yeah, but there's nobody there. It's nice and quiet. And it's during your break. You can close your eyes.
Okay.
If I had a massage at the table during a break and I shut my eyes, I would snore. I'm guaranteed I would snore.
I'd love Neil to take this here. Suited King, nice one to use. King 5 of hearts, just make it 300k here, 320, just north of 3x. He's going to go for the tight approach and just lay it down. Is it going to be on break? No, it's not. It is. Pull with the Queen 10 of hearts.
Yes, we're going to defend. Flop. We're going to defend with the Queen 10 of hearts. Off we go. Final flop of the session. 15 minutes on its way. And flops a 10. And a flush draw.
Do you know what, this could be trouble as well on certain runouts because Anthony seems to play well and not going to barrel hit though with the 8 of hearts. Well timed.
Decided to check. Paul's going to bet, and that will be end of hand.
Might not be.
It will be.
Might not be.
I think it will be.
Ace 8 might call once.
End of hand.
End of hand.
See you in 15.
See you in 15.
We're spending 10 minutes with Ari and Kashani. Thank you very much for your time.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Where did you start playing poker? And how on earth did you get into it?
I mean, growing up, I've always been very much obsessed with anything strategy-based.
So you're no 3-card brag man.
No, and I used to play a lot of cards, but a lot of different card games. And I've always been a very competitive gamer. Anything with strategy is just... until I came across poker, it was actually during a sleepover at a friend's house.
Were you a killer at Monopoly?
I used to, whenever I knew we was playing Monopoly, I used to open the box and slip some of the 500s into my pocket prior to the game beginning, and when people went past the go and got 200, I was getting 600.
I love it.
The additional notes were coming out. But yeah, where my friend Christian, I think I was leaving college,
Yeah.
I wasn't 18, I was 17 years old. He taught me the rules and my mind was blown. I was hooked. I was like, wow,
Yeah.
I've discovered this a bit too late. And I was just immediately hooked to a point where when I started uni, my attendance.
Where was uni?
Huddersfield.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny because growing up, I wanted to be a pilot, then I wanted to be an architect, then I studied accountancy and finance, and now I'm a poker player, right?
Well, accountancy, facts, figures,
Yeah, for
numbers,
sure.
maths.
For sure, yeah. So I joined uni. I didn't really enjoy it. My attendance was very low because I was too busy playing poker in my local card room. It all started with free rolls. I used to turn up with my shades on, hood up.
You look back now and you think, why did I do that?
Yeah, I was just obsessed, and the obsession, it really forced me to dig deep, and
Yeah.
I've just been obsessed ever since coming across it. And when you find something that you have that deep connection with, it just comes natural. Ever since coming across poker, all I've ever wanted to do was to play poker, and
Yeah.
I've always worked very hard. I mean, when I was at school, I used to do papers, and I worked in behind a bar, then I worked in a hotel, then I worked in a restaurant, then I worked in a nightclub, then I went and worked in an office. I was a credit controller for a very big organisation, collecting £5 million a month. I've always been obsessed with numbers as well, but my heart was always in poker, and all I wanted to do was poker from the minute I came across poker.
Well, my first number for you was 2015,
Yeah.
Huddersfield.
First cash in
25,
Huddersfield, yes.
25.
Yes. That's where it all started.
Can you remember much about it? You finished 12th?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the biggest buy-ins at the time.
Yeah.
I think people tend to forget that we've not always played at these stakes. You work your way up.
Yeah.
But at the time, yeah, it was really, really big.
Was it a
for
direct
sure.
buy-in? Or
It would have most likely
there?
been a satellite win for sure, yeah.
Nice one. I like it. The Huddersfield on the map just because it was your first score. But your first big score, 2019, the Christmas cracker.
Yes.
Like, these fields used to be huge.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Manchester did really, really well at
They
getting
did?
the numbers in, yeah, for sure.
They did? £12,000.
Yeah. I mean, on the final table, I remember the final table as well. I wanted to carry on playing, but financially, I was in a position where the 12K meant a lot to me, and I made the decision to take the money, although I did want the trophy. But yeah, it was a lot of money back then for sure.
Absolutely. Running deep in a huge field. Obviously, the Northwest was like one of the biggest ones that there were in all the districts, in all the areas around the country. Did you like playing the day ones and then getting yourself into these big fields? Was a big field like?
I mean,
very comfortable.
Everything I play now is intentional, and a lot of analysis goes into the games I play. Back then I was playing anything and everything.
Yeah.
You need to be very careful. I mean, game selection is an art. It's something that not many people know much about. They literally play anything. They don't really set themselves restrictions on what to play, what not to play, past what point to stop regging, past what point not to reg. But my approach is usually a big percentage of my overall tournaments are in small fields.
Yeah.
To make sure I'm consistently getting in the results, and then some in medium fields, and then only very small amounts in the big fields, because even if you are the best player in the world and you play in big fields only, you can just go through big periods of not cashing at all, right? So I think it's very important to get the consistent small cashes in, and then obviously put yourself in the big fields.
But more or less straight after the Christmas cracker, which had a big number, you end up in Nottingham at the Grand Prix.
Yes, that was a very interesting one.
2,712
that was a very interesting one. That had it was one of the first ever hybrid tournaments where you would play the day ones online, and then you would eventually turn up day two, play live at DTD, and they had this promotion. If you played day 1A online and made the final table, you would get a 10K package.
Okay.
So when we was approaching the final table, there was 2 tables left. There was another guy who had qualified from day one,
right,
and I
okay.
knew that if he makes the final table, he
Yeah.
also gets the 10k as well. So every time it was this big blind, all in, all in, all in, and it was just like fumes coming out of his ears. But we both made the final table, and we both ended up getting the 10k package.
Yeah.
With the 10k package, I ended up actually getting more than first place, but a friend of mine, Fabian, ended up winning that.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Well, you
to
were
him.
second.
I did really well because he had all of the chips with 2 tables left, and I just outlasted everybody. Got myself to second, and the stack distribution heads up was ridiculous.
Yeah. Then, unfortunately, we ended up in lockdown.
Yes.
But how was it for you?
It wasn't unfortunate. It was.
I'm going to say this.
Lockdown was very good there because historically I've played online a lot, and
Yeah.
the games were really, really good during lockdown. A lot of people who played live, obviously they couldn't play live, so they were forced to play online. So the online prize pools were getting ridiculously big. Like the Irish Open, I remember it was guaranteed at 1 mil. He ended up collecting 3 mil.
Yeah.
And the winner got 462k. The numbers were ridiculous.
Everybody wanted to play.
But yeah, the games were good for sure. Really, really good. But lockdown was a very tough period for a lot of people also.
Of course. Yeah. But you certainly did well during it, which is really nice. But obviously coming out of it and coming into the live poker back again last year, big year for you.
For sure, yeah.
Nearly $300,000 as it says on the database.
For sure, it was the first year where I started competing for the leaderboard, and I wasn't really going for it till I think March time. I got a few results in a row, and I thought it makes sense, and I made the decision to give it a go. It was very competitive towards the end.
The best thing
start
about
of the start of the year, everyone was like, "Oh yeah, it's over. Cal's won it." And the deeper into the year we got, the closer we got. It was very,
but the
very
best thing
interesting.
for us watching it from the outside in was you and Brandon battling away.
Robbie as well.
Yeah.
Robbie was up there as well. It was very, very competitive year. I really enjoyed it.
You ended up with a 15k package, which was
Well,
really,
I managed to get that in the last event. I needed to finish a certain place to get that, and I did just that to be able to scrape the points needed to finish 5th and go over Brandon, I think it was.
Did it help with the 15k package, or did it just go on top of the pile and then we just still have the plan to play what we need to play?
Oh, it just goes towards buy-ins in the future. That's all it is.
Experience. When you play locally, then you play nationally, then you go and play an EPT.
Yeah.
What's that like?
It's obviously different games. They attract different player types, and I think one of the biggest keys to succeeding in poker is knowing how to adapt to different player types. And different players, they play very differently. I mean, it's one game, poker's one game, but everyone has a different understanding of the game and everyone plays very differently. So it's very important for you to try to gauge how someone thinks about the game and try to come up with a strategy to counter that, basically. I don't think it's realistic to play this unexploitable balance strategy versus everybody. I think you want to be choosing to do X intentionally rather than doing it to randomize and to balance, etc. I think everything should be intentional, for sure.
When you go to an EPT and the fields, you don't know 99% of the field. Can you sit down and within 10 minutes work out an online
quickly.
reg? Or
very. I mean, a lot of the times from appearance, from how people hold the cards, how they put the chips in, what the table presence is like, etc., etc. If people are regulating the behavior well, all it takes is one showdown. You see one showdown, you play the back in your hand and the hand back in your head, and you start making assumptions about your players. That's the key. I think a lot of recreationals, they tend to only pay attention when they have a hand themselves, and they don't really pay attention when they don't have a hand. The key is to be paying attention all times, to be building this profile on each player, so when you do end up in a hand with them, you know exactly what to do.
Yeah. Do you prefer the live? Do you prefer live now more than the online environment?
I enjoy them both. I think live poker is a lot more competitive for sure. There's a lot more competitiveness to it, and running deep in a live tournament is very thrilling. But running deep online is also very good. It's two completely different games versus different player pools, and I think it's very important to know how to adapt. There's been a lot of very successful online players who come and play live who don't tend to do that well, and a lot of the times that's because they're not really adapting that well. They're trying to play the same strategy, and a lot of poker is just adapting to who the opponent is. It's not a game of cards, it's a game of people played with cards. and you need to play each individual based on their tendencies.
You do a lot of coaching.
I do indeed.
Online.
Yes.
You're very successful. Do you like it when your proteges get a nice little touch somewhere and you keep in touch with them? And
For
say,
sure,
oh,
it's very rewarding to help people become better at something that they care for, and that something is poker, which I love very much. So it's very rewarding to be involved in the journey of some of these guys, to see them grow, to see them get these results. And I've actually built a community. There's between 30 to 40 people, very close knit. Everybody's helping each other. We have constant, regular hand discussion channels.
You're always studying
channels.
between yourselves.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, poker's all I do. Even when I'm not playing poker, poker is all I do. I mean, of course, besides spending time with family, I'm very blessed to have a very supportive partner and to have a 7-year-old son. So whenever I'm not playing poker, because poker can be very, very draining, and for me, I'm very lucky that I have my family to lift me and re-energize me when needed, so I can go again. I think your off-table routines have a big impact on your performance at the tables, for sure.
A lot of studying obviously leads to a lot of results, and like you say, you do a lot of chatting between you guys. Is it nice for you to sit there studying knowing that these results are coming because of all the hard work?
Yeah, for sure. I've always believed in hard work. There's no such thing as talent. There's no such thing as talent, and if you believe someone is more talented than you, all you have to do is outwork them. And a lot of it comes down to mindset as well. I think in any industry, if you want to succeed, you need to have a bulletproof mindset. In poker, very much so, because it is very mentally challenging. You have a lot of obstacles and a lot of challenges that you need to overcome, and there's a lot of injustice, and people tend to have entitlement issues. So having a mindset that allows you to play your A game is very, very important, but that's actually a very difficult thing to achieve.
Do you set goals for yourself?
Yeah, I have yearly goals, I have monthly goals, I have weekly goals, I have daily goals. You have to, because if you don't, you're just living life. Life just passes you by, time goes by very quickly. But when you have a plan and you're taking baby steps every day, it accumulates. Law of compounding over time. Those baby steps accumulate and the results will eventually turn up, for sure.
Just quickly run through the AK. I absolutely love the AK. The name just fits with the game, and it just looks perfect.
Thank you.
It's like every time somebody walks in with an AK, it's got to be Arian. It can't be anybody else.
I've had a lot of people ask for it, but if I start handing them out, it's not going to be as unique, is it?
No, absolutely not. You're still young in the game. You've had a lot of success. What's the future?
Short-term success, I don't take it for granted.
Absolutely, nobody does, and nobody should do.
Sure.
But what's the plan for the short-term future?
To keep doing what I'm doing, but on the long term, to me, success is not getting a few results, it's to be able to beat the competition at the highest level possible for as long as possible. If I can carry on doing what I'm doing for the next 10 years, that will be success in my eyes. Right now, obviously I understand the game on a deeper level, and I have had this success, but when you look at it, it's only like 300 live games, and that can be very much dictated by variance, good variance, right? But if I do what I'm doing for a decade, then it can't be all variance, right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And,
so that's the aim.
It's great to walk into a card room and...
Oh, just sat down. Left my coffee in the casino. What a mutt. Jay's just having his salad and chips. Salad and salad. But we're back. 30,000, 60,000 on the blinds. Next session. Fancy getting a coffee and leaving it in the casino. What a fool. What an absolute clown. Yeah, but never mind. Arian talks a lot of sense. He does indeed. It was a great little interview. There was that. Really enjoyed talking to Arian. Nice little break clips for you to watch. We're down to the final 6. Bringing the players in order. In seating order straight after this. And so there we go. There's a seating order. Let's have a look. There we go. Paul Panias in seat number 1, 2.4 million. Christian in seat number 2. Big scene 3, short stack at the table with the blinds now at 60, just under 20. Andreas chip leader, Anthony Desai, and Neil Bernardow sat in seat number 8. They're all the players, and this is what they're playing for. 26,500. Ram was out just before the break, 3,210. So 6 players in the mini main final table. Streaming this, and we'll show you the streaming schedule for Luton straight after this hand. Neil raises. Like 125 it is. Yes, for Christian. Coles out of the small. And Bixie with a King 5 suited decides to get away. I might have thought I might have seen a call there. With King 5 of clubs. But decides against it. Just with 19. Jack 9-4 flop. Up and down for Neil. Options on Neil. Open ender, 1080 diamonds. And the back door flush draw as well. So could well be ender hand. Indeed it is. So the schedule for Luton is there. There it is. Live streaming. 12:20 tomorrow for the high roller day 2. So basically 12:20 the rest of the week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. 12:20 the high roller day 2. That'll crown a champion sometime tomorrow evening. Day 1B of the main, day 2 of the main, and then we crown a champion of the main event on Sunday. And if you want to join in the fun in Luton, there it is. Tomorrow's high roller buy-ins start at 12. That is correct as well with the main event. The main event starts at 1 o'clock tomorrow. So the high roller starts first, and then the main event starts at 1 o'clock. Satellite at 7. And then on Friday, it's main event day with a cash out satellite as well. And then main event day 2 on Saturday with the cup. And then on Sunday, the cup day 2, the main event day 3, and the final day of the main event, the seniors, the PLO, and the closer as well, the live closer. Plenty going on in Luton to get yourselves involved with. So we're on 6. Run through the schedule. How was the light snack?
Yeah, it was good. I've never had someone guard my burger before, and funny story. I go walk out looking for my food. There's Tower sitting there with a burger and chips in front of him, and he goes, "Oh, I was just guarding your food for you, making sure no one ran off with it." And all I will say is, I don't know if they've reduced the portion sizes of the chips,
No.
but
Didn't touch it.
but it was nice. Really good burger, actually. Really nice.
Excellent. Good stuff. Glad you enjoyed that.
Very
so
good.
we are down to 6 in the mini main, with the blinds now at 60k.
Big C goes with fold there with the ace-8 suited. Oh, I'd love to see a jam here from... Oh, he's not in the big. Sorry, I thought Andreas was in the big. He's in the small with the ace-deuce off. Even still, I think Anthony just doubled before break, so he's going to have about 25. But potential candidate, just make it like 350. Put some pressure on Christian. He's going to choose to fold, and Anthony suited 8-4 in the big. Does defend.
Ace Jack Queen.
Yeah, and could go one big if you wanted to on this board as Christian with all of his range. Just all over it as the opener.
Yep. Cards are already in the muck.
A nice payday it's going to be for somebody.
Indeed. 25,000. 26.5 for the winner. 19,660 if you play the last hand and lose it. And now locked up 3,690 for the final 6. Ian Needleman's hoping to make the seniors, depending on how you feel health-wise. Yeah, be nice to see you too, Ian. Hopefully you can get yourself out and about. No London this year. Obviously the Vic is well underway with the refurb.
Can't wait to see how that turns out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to next year when the final date is done and the opening date is there. I'm sure there'll be a big festival going on when it does open fully. It's not fully closing, to be fair. There are cash tables available every day as the refurb works around it. But they're doing downstairs and upstairs and the building itself, so it's not closing properly.
The Grosvenor use all the same carpet places for all their casinos. That's what I'd like to know. Are we going to see the same at the Vic?
Have they started? Yeah, they started the refurb, but obviously they started on the outside of the building, and then the roof, and then the electrics. So, yep, work has started. Never an easy job. Well, we'll do this, and this. Oh, that needs doing. Yeah. Oh, then that needs doing. Oh, okay. But it should be looking fantastic once it does reopen its doors to tournaments.
On a job like that, all around the world, not just saying casinos, big job. Usually, you got to add about 50% onto the estimated price that you think you're going to do. I've never known one that's actually been under on all them shows.
This is under budget.
Yeah, all them shows you used to watch years ago, always over budget.
Yep.
Hopefully that will look nice. We'll be there next year for GUKPT. And we'll be here for the grand final in Luton in a couple of months' time.
Not the final working festival. Oh! Not the final working festival of the year for the team. Because the last one is the one that I can't say.
What?
The one in Coventry. What have they named it?
Oh, oh, I know this. Bear with me. So it's something that means big. The behemoth.
Yeah, I just keep saying behemoth.
The behemoth.
So I've got two words in my head, a beer and a moth.
4 here. Pull from big. Anthony opening the king on the button. Does flop 2 pair. It's going to continue. And Paul should be sticking around for 1. Once again, at this stack depth, just have to play check call. Can't go for check raise because then we get jammed on. We have to fold. And at deeper stack depths, one that could potentially look for the check raise, but just landing on call as I think we should as Paul.
3 of hearts turn.
Yeah, I think one that Anthony can go for another barrel here. Obviously 8x is a thing, but there's going to be all this 5-6, 5-7, 6-7, maybe some ace highs in there as well. And now the 6-7 just getting to realise. And I'd love to see some value from Paul after turn goes check. He does go for some value. Anthony sees the bad news.
6 left in the mini main. Hopefully a faster lift. What about a bigger lift?
Yeah, that's more of it. Not a faster lift.
I stood in the lift one day. I was stood in the lift. This guy comes up to the lift, and I was just stood there. He went, "I'll wait." There's only me in the lift. Oh, well, a bit cheeky.
I bet that lift at the Vic's been there for years and years though.
They actually built they built the Vic around that lift shaft.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it should look stunning once it's all done. But you can play cash there, and always check the app as well on what is going on at the Vic. But we can't wait to get back there for tournaments because it should be stunning. Hey, Gaza, Gary McGaffney, which part of the world are you? Are you going to guess the country?
I'm going to go for Bristol.
You're going for England, are you?
Yeah.
You're going for England. I was going to say somewhere like, I don't know, Germany or something like that.
Anthony in the cut off. 13 bigs here. Ace jack off.
Oh, damn.
Gonna go with jam.
That'll do it.
Yeah, maybe one that could be finding its way into the 2BB remit. Try and induce something from the big blind. Try and get some value. Never going to be a bad thing to shove for 13 bigs with that hand.
There we go. He's in Italy.
Italy.
He's in Rome. Oh no, home. Sorry. He's at home. Wow. You're taking time off.
What about your shout this weekend? Your treble.
Absolutely.
Bristol Rovers.
What happened there?
Did they not lose by 4 goals?
There's no wonder the gas man's not involved, let me tell you. First time Wigan scored away from home this season. And they don't score once.
They scored 4 times.
They scored 4 times this four times they scored.
I don't know who it was, but PK put something in our group chat. Someone commented underneath. Oh, nearly there. Only needed Bristol Rovers to score 5 more goals.
We got a good one with Gillingham winning. That was a tough one, but not to be, unfortunately. We're going to have a cracker for Saturday. That's all we can say. You've done a Celtic, Man City, PSG treble and a separate Dortmund and Tottenham double for Jay. Dortmund? Why? Harry Kane's plays for Bayern Munich. What about Bayern Munich yesterday?
9-2.
What about that for the overs on 8.5?
Has anyone ever had a hat-trick of penalties either?
Is that what it is?
Harry Kane
Didn't
scored
he?
3 penalties yesterday.
3 penalties. Wow.
I could go through all of Harry Kane's career, and only 1 penalty I can recall him missing. There might be another one. It's probably the biggest penalty of his life. England, France.
Is that the only one he's ever lost?
There might be other ones in there early in the Spurs days, but can't remember him missing for Spurs. Last couple of seasons he was there.
Wow.
I know he's got a very good record. Nothing like Letizier's, but Ace-4 suited for nil in the hijack makes it 1-2-5. Vixie going to have to get out of there. Over to Andres. One that do expect to see defend.
Nine of clubs on the turn as it's checked. Checked again. He'll be the check mark with the ace.
And there's Andres thinking about trying to dislodge some ace highs. No, he's not. Just going to go check, check. Gully's on Man City, Dortmund, PSG, Spurs, both teams to score and win tonight. That's got to be a good price. Fourfold both teams to score and win.
I've not even looked at the schedule, I must admit. Knew I was coming to Luton. We've got a Towers treble to work out for Saturday and see what happens.
Imagine having in the Spurs game on Sunday at half time and having a red card as a bet, thinking, oh, here we go, lovely.
Why?
Because there was seven players on bookings at half time.
Oh, there was, yes. I noticed he went mad. The referee went absolutely mental.
Blind on blind, Andres got aggressive last time with a trash holding. Is he going to do the same, just continue leveraging his big stack? Looks like he is. Don't mind it at all, we get to apply pressure. Gets the 8-5 out of there. How are we doing, Mr. Higgins? Simon Higgins in the chat says, good luck, Bixie. Gully had a double Gabriel and Romero, the only two defenders in the whole game that didn't get booked. 9-6 for Bixie in the cut-off. Nothing we can do. Just got to be patient, wait for our spot. Andres. Out of the way. Anthony, King 7 off here for 15. Blind on blind. Does come with call. Nil checking with the King 4. 1-0 could have used potentially for a not all in. Just raise, make it 3x, try and take it down here. But does go complete check. And both flop a flush draw with the bare heart. Nil with the better flush draw with his King 4. Is he thinking about stabbing here? Pushing some equity. Anthony not going to continue here with King 7. Discipline. 7 of hearts in hand. Not choosing to continue.
So 6 left. So how's the numbers in the high roller looking? That must have increased with the 100k guarantee. It's a cracking guarantee.
47 in so
only
far.
Slightly then. Only slightly open. I thought it was going to get to about 70 today, I must admit.
I think it will definitely get over 70, maybe with the day through buy-ins tomorrow.
Yeah, starts at 12 tomorrow, the high roller, don't forget. Buying tomorrow. The main event of the GUKPT starts at 1.
For Andreas got a fold. Anthony has to do the same on the bottom of his 9-5 off. Over to nil. An ace king in the small blind here. Can go either way. Blind on blind. Can start with a complete and go for the complete free bet. And raising right off the bat going to be fine as well. He's going to opt for the latter. Just raise it up. Around 3 BBs, maybe slightly more. 180. And Paul here with one ace deuce off, not going to be folded. Maybe one as well that we could even use as a free bet as the bluff here. Blind on blind. I'm just going to call C3. Oh, and it's trouble for Paul. Blind on blind. Both nil, and Paul snagging top pair. I'm going to do at least 2 streets here, you'd think, as Paul. Nil just going to continue on his board. Does so for just shy of third. Paul clear call with position.
Can he spike a deuce? Not with the 5 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, I'm going to start getting expensive now because the turn when Neil is going to want to start sizing up. No, not going huge, but I think we want to go at least 2/3 now. 400, 450k, somewhere around there. And Paul will have to call again with the ace deuce. Yeah, 400 is nice. And got a call as Paul. Got a great hand to call as well. Unblocking spades, unblocking king jack, jack 10, king 10. All this stuff. Just too good to be folding just yet as Paul, but he does let it go.
He does let it go.
What a great fold.
The correct one. Wasn't the expected one, but it was the correct fold.
Blind on blind tower, just
with an ace.
Flopping top pair, folding to second barrel.
Is that the first line of a joke? Simon Higgins.
I fancied playing today, but it's the British Wagyu conference. It has to be, doesn't it? He's going to come in and say something about steaks being hot.
But the stakes were too high.
Yep, something like that.
Come on, Simon, finish it off. But if there is a British Wagyu conference, that'd be great.
That's the start. I've got very similar
Because
joke.
Simon does like a good old grill, and he loves his barbecues. He loves to barbecue a lot, does Simon.
I fancy playing today, Tower, but it's the start of the British yodeling conference.
Yodeling conference? We
Yeah.
don't have them, do we?
Oh, well, yeah, we do. I was going to go, but you got to form an orderly queue. Mirror wake.
Oh, man. Oh, dear. I love it.
Great joke, that. Absolute elite tier joke.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That's quite funny, that, actually.
It's a great joke.
That's quite funny, that.
Six remain. Blinds at 30k, 60k. Now you say off here for nil. Newfound chip lead. Should be opening. Simon Higgins is going to message you the punchline, Tower. Ace deuce of clubs at 4. Christian here in the small blind. No nil as chip leader. We'll be opening a lot of hands. Any jamming going on here for Christian. It's just going to land on call. Haven't really even seen any of it this final table so far. Any light reshoves. Pixie, king 5 off. Not much we can do off of R12. She has to fold. Christian flopping bottom is also going to be our board from the big blind. Guess Neil will have ace-3 in there, pure. So, Neil went to continue, reached for chips, but quickly checked behind. Jack of hearts on the turn, so deuce still out in front for Christian here. Kind of awkward for Christian, whether to put in a small turn probe here will be some Jack X that Neil turns top pair with. And like the ace highs that we get value from anyway, do we not want to keep these in when they're going to be drawn to 3 outs?
So we'll go check, check. River's the 9 of hearts. And this time the ace deuce does win.
Oh, Christian just thinking about showdown, and Neil no need to bluff here, beat enough. Showdown the ace high, not going to be good. See Christian snag this deuce.
Yep, the old deuce does play. Not long till Blackpool, says Carl Lakeland. Absolutely. Looking forward to Blackpool.
Check temper Anthony, too loose to do anything with. Let's let it go. King 6 for Christian on the button. Big C reshove stack, big stack in the big blind. Should be a fold. Vixie will be able to find some jams here in the small. 7-5 off though, not one we're looking for. Could still definitely complete, try and get a free flop. Depends if we think how often Andreas is going to get aggressive from the big. Looking like a fold, as long as she thinks.
Yep, just on 12 bigs now, big sit. Gonna be needing help soon.
We got that round off this one.
So back to the tables with a raise from Chris with ace jack off. Called in 2 spots.
I would have loved to have seen jam here from Anthony Tower. Would have been out the tournament, so well timed flat, but cut off.
Could Andreas a 3-bet
Andreas,
with his stack?
he could have jammed, to be fair, Tower. I probably would have jammed as Andreas, just looking at the stacks. 25 to start for Christian, who's going to have to call off really tight. Anthony behind. Yeah, I probably would have just jammed King Queen suited here for Andreas, but now we get here, we're at a flop with action. We got flush draw against trips. A small c-bet from Christian. Yeah, I think jam's really good now. I'm looking at it from Andreas pre-flop. I think that's probably our best avenue. And then this is probably second best playing flat. I think 3-bet not all in isn't going to achieve anything. So now we get here. Just going to call the 2 overs and flush draw.
Whoa, just quads. Daily quads.
Always checking. And now decision point for Christian, whether to check this back, or do we think that Andreas from the small going to be weighted towards hands like 5s, 7s, 8s, 9s, stuff that we can potentially get 3 streets of value from, or does he think that Andreas will have some ace highs and flush draws, stuff that we want to snag a boat against us on the river? I think the other merit of checking back as well, we do induce and bluff some of the time. We can have ace high in our range. Our opponent may try to get us off that. Looks like it's going to bluff it, and that is music to Christian's ears when he hears 350. Now, I'm assuming he's just going to jam, like, what, make it 800k, leave ourselves 480 back, probably not, so probably just going to be an all-in from Christian. He may try and eke it out of Andres, make it like 800k just north of a click, try and get a hero from something like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s. I think it's important here to deduct Christian. What hands do we think Christian's going to call us with? And if he does call us with those hands, would he call all in, or is he more inclined to call a smaller size? Once again, Tal, not the whole time bank news. You notice that?
Yep.
It always happens when they're strong.
Yep.
It's one of the modern day live tells, the old time bank tells. Still 16 seconds on his clock there. So he could have used that full 16. But it's because in his head already knows what he's doing. Just threw the time bank in to try and deceive his opponent. And King High can't call for Andreas. Christian takes a nice one.
The carpet tiles are very tilting, not being in pattern. You're doing my OCD, says Mr. Miso. Something we have got we've got nothing to do with the carpet. We've got no authority. We can't tell anybody to change it. There's not a lot we can do with it. We was as surprised as you were when we walked in, and there was a brand new spanking carpet all through the casino, from top to bottom. It's very pretty. It's very bright in the casino. The new lighting is fantastic. When you walk anywhere in the casino, it's so bright, it's lovely. Really nice to see.
Ram bluffed it off.
He tried to bluff it off and it did not work.
Opened ace-8 suited. King Queen called on direct left. Under the gun, open ace-8 suited. King Queen call +1. Flop come Queen Jack for rainbow. The ace-8 of hearts continued. The King Queen called. The turn come a King, bringing a backdoor flush draw. It was, I can't remember the size from the ace-8, but I do think he went pretty chunky. He bet turn, King Queen called, and then the river was an offsuit 3. Ace-8 suited a ram, sent it into the middle, and Andreas called off with top 2 pair. Cal comes 7th last night.
Oh, what in?
Yesterday's PLO. Deuce 3. I think one Christian just always has green light to continue on here versus big blind. Not going to be much deuce X that wants to defend. Any check raises from Neil? I think this might be one that could find its way in. 9-6 of spades, 3 to flush, 3 to straight from the big.
7 of diamonds turned up.
Pulls off the float instead, Tower. And the problem with the float is most of the time we're just going to get this brick turn and have to just fold to a double barrel. What the check raise does, we can then win it there on the flop. Give ourselves an avenue to win in this hand. Now check to the river. Now Neil may get himself in some bother. May feel inclined to bluff at this one. That he's sitting here with just 9 high, and Christian will have an easy call, but just recognising as Neil maybe not the best of rivers to go after it on. Christian will have plenty of King X, and now Christian is going to get to go for value. It should be end of hand.
Christian with the chips up to 2.65 million. Neil still chip leader on 50 bigs. Bakesy down on 12, and Anthony Desai on 14.
Last hand at 30k, 60k.
Oh, that was 40-80. What's Gully Math's bets for tonight? What did he have on?
He put it in, I'm pretty sure. Or was that Ian? That might have been Ian, actually.
The old Gully always likes a little flutter. Oh, he's on Man City, Dortmund, PSG and Spurs. Both teams to score and win.
They're tough bets to get up, then both teams to score.
They're not easy.
Especially a fourfold.
Yeah. Odds must be pretty decent. We might see him for the last 4 legs of the year if he gets that in. We are back in Luton in November, indeed we are, for the grand final, for the final event of the GUKPT circuit, because the Vic is having a big refurb.
$70-1.
70s. What does you do? Good luck, Gully.
Nine of spades on the turn. Just check. No one really sort of battling for pots. Lots of betting when we've got a hand, checking when we haven't. I think if someone recognised how this FT was playing one of the bigger stacks, they'd have a real opportunity to put some leeway between them and the rest of the field. It seems kind of gritty at the moment, just no one really wanting to do much.
No.
2 short stacks at the bottom there, Anthony and Bixie.
always has an effect when you look at the payouts. 3,690 next out, lose the 2 short stack, you're up to 8.4.
Yeah, it's an extra 5 bag, ain't it? Especially a £200 comp tower, that's the other thing. You get a lot more wreck heavy filled.
Lines up, 80k.
See, Queen 9 suited from gun off of 8.5. Maybe we let this one go as big C. Like Queen 10 suited, we definitely shove those out, so maybe we don't. Jack 10 suited, we shove. 10-9 suited, we shove. So maybe Queen 9 suited does find its way in for 8.5. It's not a situation where there's someone on like 2-3 bigs. We're outright short stack, separated by 2 big blinds of Anthony. But I always ask myself in these questions, like, the next pip up, would I shove that? And if it's like, yes, I'd comfortably shove Queen 10 of hearts here, then I'd probably go with Queen 9 suited, just like sort of giving yourself them starting blocks of what hands to move in with. But Bixie does go with fold, and can't fault her. It does seem kind of close. Andreas here. Personally now would fold this one out. Now the chips are distributed differently around the table. He's going to open the 4-5 suited from hijack, making it 160. And Christian just going to get to defend. And Queen 10 in the big.
Is that an unbuttoned shirt or a shirt you'd buy by mistake?
Yeah, I think it's got to be the latter tower. I actually thought that. It was probably about as low cut as the V-necks I had at the grand final that year, honestly. I'm not even joking. That it was about as low down as that, I'll tell you that. We'll come back to V-neck gate because Christian with top pair here and Andreas with a pair and flush draw.
Yep, gonna get spicy as this one. Andreas with 2.1 mil. Just under 30.
Oh, to Christian. Never going anywhere with a Queen 10. Think Queen 10, Queen Diamonds, just always playing cool, and as well as that, 2 stacks very similar. And both do a lot of damage to each other when we've got 2 shorties in the form of Bixie and Anthony at the table.
Pairs the 10 for Christian. Trip 10s, still the flush draw for Andreas. And 2 pair.
Assume we're going to see check, check. Oh, is Christian going to lead once the top pair pairs?
Checks. So this should be a check from Andreas as well.
Has to. We beat enough hands, we got enough equity, don't want to get check raised by a 10, just take our equity to the river here. Potential to win a big one when it comes to diamond, and we are up against 10x.
That's 575.
Yeah, I'm not a fan tower.
Yeah,
Really not a big fan.
I'm loving a free card there.
Yeah, like because what we may do, we may fold out some better 5x, and that's about it. 6 isn't going to fold. 10's obviously not going to fold, and all this 7-8, like 7-8, diamond draws 7-4, 8-9, all these hands we're ahead of anyway. And now we just have to fold, and this is the problem. Yeah. Now Christian check jams on us, and we're going to have to fold such a beautiful hand where we could have potentially checked back, saw a diamond, stack Christian.
Yep.
And now we've got to leave ourselves with, what is 18 bigs as Andreas, and all comes down to betting a spot where, in reality, seems like such a clear check. Why would we want to get check jammed on here and not get to realise our flush draw? And now we're going to have to let it go, you assume. 1.4 what is it? 2.2 into 1.4 for Christian. So yeah, it's essentially pot size jam. So 2-1 on our money here for Andreas. The 33%, not getting anywhere near that. Now has to hit the mark, but I think misstep on the turn here from this man. Just check back, realise that equity. When we bet the 5, we don't really get value from worse. We only get continues from hands that are better than us, a 10, a 6. Maybe we start folding out some better 5x, but only a small proportion of our opponent's range when they're in the big blind. And Christian gets it through with the Queen 10. He's up to 3.6 million. Fly, crash, repair, repeat. Hi, Tower and Jay. Went to WPT on Monday night in Nottingham. Came sick for a few hundred, but the highlight of the night was meeting Will Kasoof. 9 high like a boss. He was, God, what was that, 10 years ago now? 9 years ago? 2015, 2016, when he had his old saga at WSOP? 2016, I think it was. 8 years ago. Can't believe that was 8 years ago. I actually used to prefer it so much, Tower. Like, I know it's great these days to watch something live as it happens, but when ESPN used to actually do the WSOP show, and like week in they'd show a different episode, you'd wait for the next episode, day 4, and then day 5 part 2. I used to love it when the WSOP was like that, and it was all produced into like a series, if you like. Now it's just all live. The funniest one for me, Gully, is when he's got the 9-6 and she's in the tank on the river and the floor's told him he can't speak, and he starts miming. Oh god, it's just, some of the stuff was classic. But there you are, back to the action. King Queen of Spades for Andreas, raises to 160. How are we doing, Ace Jules? Good evening. Joining us for the final.
What are we doing, Ace Jules?
6 players in this high roller.
So, King, Queen of Spades. Sees a flop of 9, 3, 5, we check. Ace of Diamonds turn.
Yeah, probably going to be a delay here now from Andreas. So, pot going to go. We don't know what Bixie's got actually. Pot may not go his way. But turn card that Bixie's just always going to check, you think. And Andreas not choosing to barrel the ace. And Jack of Clubs river. And personally here now, I know we got showdown with King, Queen high. But Bixie's going to fold all the stuff like we beat anyway, and then we fold out 9x, 5x and 3x, so I wouldn't mind seeing a bet here from Andreas. Like, when we check the stuff that we beat anyway, Bixie, yeah, there we go, very nice. Just like Bixie's got a 3, a 5, a 9, hands that will all play in this fashion. Just target those when we could have rivered a jack. Even turn an ace. Morning, Mr. Ben.
Good morning. I love it. What time is it? 8:05. Morning. Just having his first cup of tea of the morning.
Guinness it will be. Rumour has it, Ben eats his Weetabix with Guinness, not milk.
Imagine. Just imagine. Just imagine. Just imagine. What would you like on your Weetabix, love? Guinness, please. When are we going to see it again, Ben? Hope you'll be in Coventry for the big 888 festival.
He's usually in Blackpool, ain't he?
Blackpool the week after that. Cav Cup on the 2nd. Oh, Cav Cup on the 2nd. You've got to be there. The Guinness free flows for everybody.
It's not a Blackpool leg without Ben Teague. Especially the winter one.
What's happened here? Not sure. Yes, the 2nd of November, the Saturday. Is CAF Cup starting at 1 p.m. Evening Curtis. He's done draw Man City, half time, full time, 7-2. Very nice.
Ace Queen for Christian. Just flattening on the button here. Could have gone with 3-bet. Paul going for a larger opening size here, 2.5x. I guess one of the merit of flattening this hand facing cut off, we do keep in a lot of hands that we dominate. And the times it comes like ace high, we just have really easy decisions. Just get to call with position. It's a board that our opponent's going to represent whether they have it or not. So just going to be calling, you'd think, as Christian facing north for third.
So off to the flop we go at 2 of diamonds. After a bet and a call.
Yeah, fine for us as Christian. Swaying from his perspective, not going to be too many flushes for Paul with the ace of diamonds specifically on board. So we could definitely go for a street of value here if we wanted it to. I think it's fine to do so, maybe around 40%, somewhere along those lines seems good. Looks like going to be a quick fold from Paul. Looks like Christian goes around 40%.
Total number of runners in this one was 607. Scrolling across the bottom.
605.
605. Close. 26,500 to the winner, which is brilliant. For a £250 buy-in.
Yeah, always great our mini mains. Always getting terrific prize balls and great first place prizes for such a small buy.
The opener as well. You know what I mean? It's like the opener 800 and what? 820? 820 runners for a £200 comp. Phenomenal.
I'm in this Bixie here, Tower. 10-8 suited for 5. Surely this one has to go. It's folded to us on the bottom. We still have fold eight queen. The great thing is as well, Tower, we're shoving into Anthony, the player that is 5th of 5 or 6.
Everything but a chip on what's on the cards.
And Queen deuce off for Anthony. Don't need much to call off the 5 big blind jam, but is this really what we're looking for? Probably not. And once again, to ask yourself that question, where's the line start here? Definitely call Queen 8. Definitely call some suited Queen X, like Jack 10 would call. Jack 9 suited. Queen deuce off just seems a bit too below that line, especially because if we get this wrong and we lose the hand, we're then left with 3-4 big blinds. We're then favourite to go out next.
And you're also looking at the extra 100 case you got behind the line as well. So add that all together, and that's not one for me. That's in the muck a little bit sooner than it was, but with the 2 shorties. Just under 8 bigs.
Ace 3 for Paul. Lets it go from gun. Christian 8-3 of clubs in the hijack. He can't do anything. Bixie, 9-3 off. She will have to fold. Andreas with the 8-4 will do the same. And then it's over to Anthony with 7 big blinds. We'll have a lot of shoves blind on blind here. And Queen 10 will qualify.
All in announced. Spot on.
And Ace 10 will qualify to call it off.
Neil.
And Neil shouldn't take too much time before announcing call. And Anthony doesn't love to see that, hoping for live cards.
Yep. I want live cards with Queen 10, but unfortunately runs into Ace 10 of Neil.
It's a new one, Tower. The new 2024 Get More Equity. Throw your time banks at the dealer early before the run out's dealt. Have my time banks. I'm out. Needing a lady.
Can he get there?
That's not changing anything.
Nope.
Both turn their pair. Anthony needing to hit his kick up. Can he find the queen? No, he cannot.
Unlucky. Well played, Anthony. Out in 6th. Big shake of the head. Queen 10 not live. Would love to have seen it live. It's the 10 on the turn, but it doesn't make a difference. As Neil had the 10 as well. So Anthony Desai out in 6th for £3,690. And now Bixie the shorty on just under 8. Hey Nige, watching on Facing. No Goliath dates yet. Not confirmed by either Grosvenor or the CBS Arena. Watch out on social. And fingers crossed they will be announced very soon.
Has to be a fold from Christian, not sure what he is thinking about. Over to Bixie, will be well happy with that bust out, and will be well happy with this as well. Ace 4 suited for south of 8. Going to be good enough to go with from hijack. Now in a 5-handed spot. We're going to go for the 1 chip back, just in case there is some carnage that occurs. Over to Neil. Oh, is Neil going to get back-to-back knockouts? Ace Queen for him in the small, and he's not going anywhere. A major ISO this for 25. Paul Annie sitting with 25 behind. And Bixie will have to call off for her last chip. She knows she's going to need to hit a 3 out, whether it be an ace or a 4.
Then a right smile says it all from Bixie, and in they go. Sees the ace 4, looks down at Neil's ace queen.
Still 1 and 3 shot.
Does she get there? Does she get a nice flop with spades as a redraw? No, but we have 2s playing now.
Yeah, it's okay, 1 to see. 30% pre, 30% still. That is not a good 1 to see. So Bixie needing deuces or 4s.
And it's not, it's a 6, so Bixie out. Eliminated in 5th. Well played, Bixie. Good to see you on the FT. But out in 5th for £5,480.
Down to 4.
Down to 4. So down to 4. 8s for Neil. Gets it. Throws them over the line. Is there a CAF Cup this year? Yes, there is, Nigel. 2nd of November. Blackpool Casino. Nice one, Nige. You can buy in, I think you can buy in at any Grosvenor casino, I do believe. If you want to check your cash desk, then have a quick word, but I'm pretty sure you can. If not, we'll see you in Blackpool 2nd of November, first Saturday of the GUKPT Festival. So the blinds at 80k now. Neil raises to 160. Call from Andreas. Optimise. The cheap Eiffel Tower would stress me out. He's a bit dodgy. If anybody stands up and just puts the hip onto the table, they go absolutely everywhere. There we got Tim Buckley confirmed. You can buy in at any Grosvenor casino because he bought it in Leeds. So down to 4. Andreas now 21 bigs. Paul 21 bigs, who started the final table as chip leader. Ian Needleman says Celtic 1 up. Celtic were actually odds on.
1 to 7.
What? 1 to 7?
Yeah,
Were they really?
I got them. I backed them.
1 to 7 in the Champions League. Celtic. 1 to 7.
Sorry, 1 to 6 they were.
Oh wow, we're even better. 1 to 6. God, they must be playing Rotherham United.
I've got a 3.48 to 1.5 fold today.
It's like boxing. It's like betting on a boxing card. 1 to 33.
Yeah.
1 to 33.
Yeah,
1 to 100.
I'm just trying to get some tokens for the weekend out.
Good lad.
After I saw what happened to Bristol Rovers on Saturday.
Yeah.
Probably got to just walk nil here as the chip leader, Andreas. Mulling over his options. Lets it go.
So we're on 4. 26,500 to the winner. £8,380 locked up now with these 4. Well, T, turn around the table. Them chips are going to go flying soon.
They're on a little
They
wobble.
are. I've been asking the player to knock them down a little. Can't do it in Vegas.
Can't even have your big chips on the bottom of
Not
Vegas.
allowed.
Big chips at the top, sir.
Yeah.
Amount of times you hear that the first week over there,
I
because
know,
you're so used to putting them
Yeah.
at the bottom and just keep getting told off.
Yep. Have to be stacked in 20s in Vegas. They're very strict about that rule as well. I don't know why.
Is it me or is every orbit Does Christian undo another button? He keeps getting lower and lower.
T-shirt,
Oh,
yeah.
oh, it just drooped down a little bit. It just drooped down.
Shirt, yeah.
Oh, lovely hand for Neil. Blind on blind, ace jack. Does raise it up, as he should. I think as the chip leader here, we just want to take the aggressive route. Queen six of diamonds for Paul, one that should be continuing with position. Suited queen, blind on blind. Once again, blind on blind, Neil with a strong ace, flopping that ace. Probably thinking to himself, we are running hot. Just going to continue the ace high board, you expect. Maybe a board that we have some bigger bets on as well, a lot of connectivity out there. Fire for Andreas, can't do anything. Will be folding. Paul should be continuing the Jack 3 suited. Really nice jam from Christian. 15 effective, ace 8. Gets it through. Too much information. Thank you, Mr. Chef Brad.
Pardon? I have no idea what that means.
I've seen enough of Brad with his shirt off in his hot tub over the years. Don't need to see any more.
Oh, hello, gentlemen. Got a weekend off, so I'm in the hot tub this weekend.
Christian makes it 160. Andreas here in the big blind has to call here. This is way too small from Christian, whatever he's got tower. Never should be making it 2 BBs. Maybe at some stack depths you get to do it at like 9-8 potentially, but wants to be putting a bit more juice on this. Andreas just gets to continue basically any 2 once we go this side. gut shot. As well as a backdoor flush draw for Andreas. Going to have to stick around for one with the 4-3 of clubs. Well, forget sticking around for one. How about sending it into the middle
Andreas,
with the nut low?
is this another elimination with air?
It depends. What's Christian working with? Guessing Christian has to have ace high here tower.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
not A6 or A7.
Yeah, any pair he would have called already.
Yeah.
Andrea's just going for one here. It doesn't even really mind a call because we know that Christian's got ace high now. And even against ace high, we're going to have 10 outs twice. Good for a 40 odd %. We'll see if Christian does find the call off. Yeah, potentially something like ace 9 through ace king, I think is what Christian's got here. Does let it go, so credit to Andreas, out of line move working on that occasion.
Five minutes of this level to go. Don't forget we're on the 30-minute clock as of now. Down to 4.
Yeah, glorified paddling pool, the old hot tub. Blind on blind. Andreas pocket threes here. One that seems nice to go for complete jam, complete, let our opponent make it 3 bigs and then send. We'll see how Andreas proceeds. One thing I don't like with this hand is just raise. I think complete jam and probably open jam's even better than actually going for a raise, not all in. This is fine as well though. This is just the complete.
It is.
Complete into jam.
Well,
If there is a
what's
raise
already
coming
there?
in.
So just a call. I think he tried to click it. He tried to click, but it did not work. And now with the threes, the flush draw for Neil, king 6, 9, 2 hearts.
Yeah, quick check back from Neil as well. Didn't fancy a little stab. I think we're inclined to now on the turn though tower once check to. If Andreas does check it over, we just have to bet this now as nil. We got 5 high, we got equity to get there. Folding out better hands is the key. So if Andreas does come with check, which he does, we just got to bet here as nil. Whether he does or not, different question, but could have stabbed flop, but once we choose not to, it's just going to have to be a mandatory stab here now on the turn. And put stuff like ace high in a tough spot, even deuces, threes, fours, fives. Making it 160, 2/3.
Hard with pocket threes. To be continuing on this turn.
It's just one of those tower like we don't really improve on river. What we do 25, 1 and 25 times, but not one that can withstand the heat of 2 barrels. Just kind of playing a guessing game. Does hit the muck.
15 big support. There's a shorty. Lines up in 2. Final 4 of the mini.
Paul Panius in 1, Christian Bolpet in 2, Andreas Orthodoxu in the 5 seat, and Neil Burnsu in seat 7. 2 loops to open on the button, and should be doing a lot of jamming here. Towers Neil. Oh, well, this is just too easy.
Maybe too easy when you've got it.
Maybe one that doesn't even jam because it's too strong. King Queen. Maybe one that could raise call, get some value from worse. Like jam's not going to be bad, still going to be winning in the long run, but is there that extra way to eke out a little bit more EV? It's just going to go with jam. And to be fair, Paul only had 13 VBs anyway. Gets it through as Neil up over the 5 milli mark.
64 beats, not bad when you're 4-handed. Evening, Jace. How you doing, pal? The guy that does 150 sit-ups every day, 200 press-ups, and puts us all to shame.
I'm sitting next to you.
Sure.
I used to hate that sit-up bleep. Did you do that, or was that proper olden days? With, like, the sit-ups at school, you used to beep, 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 the bleep test, and you used to do sit-ups.
Oh, I've never done that.
Yeah, well, that was, you used to do it PE.
A bleep test?
Bleep test for sit-ups, it was called. But we used to do 2 bleep tests. We used to do the running one,
yeah,
and we used to do the sit-up one. And you used to do it at the start of every PE year, and this is how you got put into your PE sets, yeah?
Really?
At my school.
So the faster you run, the quicker it bleeps?
Yeah, no. So you start at level 1, and there'd be like 20 metres, you have to run from here to there, and you have to run from, keep up with the beat. You'd have to be at here before the beep, and then when it goes there, it'll go level 2, and then be like beep, beep, level 6, beep, 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 beep.
Oh, my word. Yeah. Oh, I'd have stopped at 3.
Yeah, but we used to do the
I
sit-up.
was terrible at running.
Sit-up and the running one.
That's why you got kicked out at school team. So how does the sit-up one work?
It's just so basically it'll go, you go like that. You'd sit up, it'll go beep, and then it'll go beep, and that's when you can lie down. And then you got to be up again before the next beep, and then it gets quicker. It'll be like, and it went up to I think like level 26 or something. The sit-up one.
How do you do a sit-up?
We got told we had to. This is how we used to have to do at school.
We did sit-ups like that.
No, we got told you have to. This is how you got. To
Which
do
one's best, Jace? Because in the morning when I do my 30 sit-ups,
this is.
Which one's best? That way, or is it that way? I used to do it like that.
Yeah, we used to do it like that at school. We got told you that's bad for you apparently. Cause
why? Because it hurts your ears pulling up.
Injure yourself or something. But we always got taught that's the safest way.
Really?
Arms across chest, yeah.
But which is the fittest one? I need to know. Jace, which one?
Which is
I've
the
never done a
fittest?
sit-up crossing my arms. I've always had them behind my earlobes. Need to know. Jace is the man. He's our exercise guru. He's like the man.
Flop that flush draw here for Andres. Neil could have just jammed this as Andres. Just looking at this, Sal, there's a lot of spots being missed this final table. So many hands we've seen where it could have just been a shove pre and people landing on flat. Is Andres just going to run this with a check jam? I expect it to be that way. Or is he going to go for the check call? Looks like it is going to land on check call. Oh, and Neil jumps out in front on the 3 turn. And Andres should always be playing check here. He is in the tank, but should just check this over to the aggressor. And then Neil probably going to be checking back tower.
I'd like a check back.
Queen
over at the 3.
Yeah, like we don't fold out a 4, we don't fold out a queen, we never get better to fold. We're in front of flush draws anyway. I think all those variables making for the decision to check. But Neil says no. I'm going to have another bet here. Yes. And now Andres with this ace 10 of clubs in a real gross spot, getting 3 to 1 on our money here. But if we are up against, let's say, a queen, we're drawing to just 8 clubs. If we're up against something like 10s or jacks, we'll have an additional 3 out. So like even then, still not a great price. Up against this actual hand Neil has, where we got the counterfeit out and the ace and the 10, we do have the right price, but we can't just give Neil credit for the hand he has. He does choose to fold, but could have just jammed that one pre-tower. We take that pre as Andreas, and we just move all in.
So blinds up. Blinds at 100k now. So 50, 100, 30-minute clock, all the way through to the end.
And 25 minutes until the end of this session. So it's the second break of the final. Andreas here, maybe not wanting to battle with the chip leader. But is going to jam Jack 4 offsuit here for 13. And is going to get the 6 high out of there.
5 mil for Neil. Chip leader, size C8. Christian in 2. Second in chips. Cards are out. Christian Foltz. Ah, good timing.
Very good.
Because the King Deuce could have opened.
Just an open from Andres. Don't want to be jamming this for 15. Would be some hands we could jam on the button for 15. And Neil with 4's tower. And one that should be jammed here. Whether he takes it or not, always say different story, but there we go. Neil's playing very nice, to be fair. I think Neil is playing best by a country mile on this final table so far.
Snap call, as you should with the boots.
But seems very clued up. Unfortunately, running into the aces of Andres on this occasion for 15, but we can find a 4.
All in triangle, goes in above the aces. 8, 8, king, flop.
Yeah, no runners, just a 4.
Fair to 4.
I'm hoping for a 4. I'll be honest.
Can he do it? To get himself right back in the mix and over 3 million chips. Just a 4. Superb from the dealer, gives us a little bit of time, gives us a sweat, and the aces are good. The 4s are playing the board. So we'll get a full double up count Andreas' stack. Gives us a quick chance to show you the Luton schedule for the rest of the week. We're back tomorrow at 12:20 for the High Roller Day 2. Main event starts at 1 o'clock and then a satellite starting at 7. On Friday it's the main event day 1B, day 1C and a cash out satellite. Saturday is a cup and the main event, and then Sunday all the side events, Cup Day 2. The PLO, the seniors and the closer all going on, as well as crowning the champion of the latest GUKPT. And then on Monday, if you fancy an online game, the closer online, 25,000 guarantee. Starts on Monday, finishes on Tuesday. Plenty to get your teeth into. So 20 minutes to go until the end of the sesh.
Now, 6-4 of clubs opens on the button. Christian 7-4 in the big. I could just let this one go second and chips, but do need to battle for pots. I think like fold. It's just gonna let Neil take it. Like 7-5 probably gets in. 7-6 definitely gets in. Celtic are playing a team and their odds on. I thought Celtic were always the whipping boys in their group.
Always were. Well, they've changed the format now, haven't they? They've got this kind of 32 man league or whatever it is these days. It's like they've literally changed the Champions League, so they've got their Super League how they wanted it, but in a different format.
Oh, okay.
With a different name. Literally. So, and I don't really follow it, to be fair, the Champions League, I must admit. As in never going to be in it, ever. So, something I don't really follow too much. But they have literally changed it, so it's like a league that big.
Yeah.
And you play each other once, and then you play somebody else twice, or whatever it is. But, yeah, it just is.
Yes, Andreas will get to flicking a defend if he so pleases. 8-5 clubs fine to defend. Maybe thinking, Paul, why has he opened here off of 9 bigs when he would be doing a lot of shoving with his continues on the button, but getting the price suited 3 gap up in the mix. Whoa!
5-5 queen. Are you kidding?
And this could be good night, Paul. Paul with the all
Oh,
in.
the flick in the as quick as you can. He turned the 8-4 at 5 over quicker than the aces last time.
He can't believe it.
Wow.
Turns round to his mate. Look how unlucky I've just got.
See you later, Paul.
I can find.
Andreas. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers.
Oh!
He can find the king of diamonds on the turn.
Just find the king, why not?
Wow.
Just fading quads. Don't want to see quads on the river.
We've had them once, we'll not get them again. We got them the other way.
That quads is fine. We don't mind that quads. Beg my pardon, we don't mind them. That specific quads, that's fine. I meant the quad 5s, but
I don't want to see quads. Boom, running kings.
talk about moaning it in.
God, that's got to be less than 1% chance of getting king there.
King, perfect.
wow.
120. Yeah. Yeah, about 1%. Slightly less.
You don't want to see quads. Yes, I do. Mine.
We got 25 to 1 shot onto 48 to 1 shot, so 1,200 to 1
Yeah,
about that.
I was just working that out. My fingers weren't working quick enough.
Less than 1%. It comes up with that little, the symbol.
The old arrow,
The old arrow, yeah.
The old arrow. Wow. Quads to survive.
You couldn't believe it.
I know.
You played plenty of times with me.
You got it in, and then you're going to get sucked out.
Yeah.
No. Wow.
I've just stopped using my fingers trying to work out the odds on that hand. How do you get quads there? So we're still on 4. There's the money, £8,380. Down to the final 14 minutes of this sesh. 4 left. Definitely could have been 3. Jamie O'Hara has just tweeted, Spurs haven't had a shot on target against Coventry City. It looks like he's struggling.
Great.
Marv.
They're my outside shot in my bet as well at 4 to 9.
You never back the Spurs.
I have backed the Spurs.
Did you not wait until the teams come out?
I should have done, shouldn't I?
If you'd have got your boots and run down the White Hart Lane, you would have got a
I
game.
probably would have. 4's for Andreas here. Difficult. I wasn't expecting to see that, but I like that a lot. Just letting it go. And Neil, ace 8 off here. Any attacking going on? Haven't seen any of it this whole final table. No one getting aggressive with free bets with blockers. It's just a case of when we got a good hand, we free bet and that's it. Paul is going to defend the 10-6.
Ten Jack Queen flop, all spades. All for the ace king of spades. Just a click. Christian does continue. And gets a call from Paul with bottom pair and a flush draw. Andy Diamond's turn.
I'm not going to love seeing a barrel coming here as Paul. 10-6, just going to have to get out of there as Paul does instantly.
Well, snap fold. 42 bigs as big chip leader. 40 bigs, 22 and 16.
And funny enough, Tower, these four
Yep.
were the four that were top four to start the final table.
Ah. It's worked out well for them.
Paul was chip leader, Christian second in chips, Andres third in chips, and Neil was fourth in chips. And Neil's been the big move up. Lost a few back, doubling up. Andreas fours versus aces. Nil-nil half time in the Spurs.
Great. How's your 4-9 shot looking?
Yeah, we're not 1-0 down, are we? It could be worse.
Would you still be 4-9?
What, 1-0 down?
No, 0-0.
And 0-0. I reckon right now we are
8-11.
Yeah, I'd say that's a good shout.
Oh, and it's 0-0 at Manchester City apparently. Yeah, a couple of hours with this one. Four levels probably. Get up to the 200k. 200, yeah, about 200k level maximum.
Yeah, 30-minute clock now. I reckon we'll be done about 10:30, Gary. Hour and a half. We go on break in 10. Back for 90 minutes. Job done. Plenty of action coming up over the weekend. High roller tomorrow. Just looking how many we got in this so far, and high roller already up to 58. So guaranteed
58.
Not going to be a worry on that one. Need 67 in. That will probably get hit today, and then we'll have day 2 buy-ins coming through the door tomorrow. Two legitimate hands here in a four-handed situation. Somehow Paul... What's going on here? Paul's just got a clear jam. King Jack suited for 14 on the button. Christian would have called it off, but now Christian's just completed in the small blind. Andreas gets to check 8 deuce. This should have gone all in. Call. Fold.
Flop.
And
flop in the stones.
Paul still may get the double up.
Wow. Top pair, decent kicker, redraw, none of it. Well, the bottom end of a redraw, but Andreas won't be doing anything with the 8 deuce.
I really hope Paul just calls. So we can see if he jams, he's going to get called anyway, Tower. But our hand's too strong, sir. Just got to land on call here. Keep some bluffs in of Christian. Make it look like we can have some Jack X and 10X, all this stuff.
That's exactly what he's done.
It just gets better. Redraw to the nut flush now. He's got an Omar hand going on here.
Would you say pot?
Yeah, on the turn, most certainly. Now, Christian, awkward one for him, because something that's really interesting here, Tal, this ace shouldn't actually change much, because Paul should shove a lot of his ace-X on the button for 14. He shouldn't have it. He's never got ace-Jack, ace-10, ace-9, ace-Queen. So Paul never actually has an ace here. He can't have an ace in this spot. So, therefore, if our king-queen was best on the flop, it's still going to be best here on the turn. However, it was not best on the flop. But we may have to stick around for one here as Christian. Because will Paul be overdoing this with some Jack X perhaps, turning it into a bluff. Although we haven't seen Paul get out of line once, I don't think, on this FT. So there is the call from Christian. Agree, sir. I think we need to call no ace-X really for Paul, or at least there shouldn't be.
This is going to be huge. Oh, oh my word. How have we ended up chopping this?
How has Christian wiggled his way out of this one?
He
And
is
Paul
absolutely wiggled. God, dear me. Just wow. So whatever Christian does, Paul will be over the top. All in call. How unlucky have you just got, young man?
STLM for Paul.
Oh, man.
Any short-term memory loss? Did he just not hit running quads to stay alive in the tournament? And he's moaning that he's just been chopped up on the river. You just hit a 2-outer, mate, to stay alive. Oh, my word. People forget, Tower. They
completely forget. He'll be telling that story at the bar, not the other one.
He won't be telling the story where you hit a king on the turn to stay alive with pocket kings. He won't be telling that story, I assure you that.
Well, we're gonna chop it up. Don't you know we'll chop it up? Hey dear. 4 minutes to go until the end of this session. Means we're back at 20 past. 20 past we are back. Yep.
It makes me laugh, this game, Tower. It does make me laugh. Just saved this tournament for potentially thousands and thousands of pounds of equity with a king on the turn and the river. And then he gets a little bit unfortunate and it's the end of the world. And he didn't even lose the pot, he chopped the pot, Tower.
Unbelievable.
Nice one to attempt to steal ace-9 off. Could just make this 2 BBs. Well, makes it 3 BBs, and Andreas with the Cowboys in the small now. Big hand for him, and he may just choose to send this in for 20, but Paul could have saved the big blind here. No need to go 3x. Just want to make these ones 2 big blinds. Now, putting an extra big in the middle. I'm guessing Andreas just jams. He's gone for the 3 bet. All in. Paul will have to fold.
So, last hand of the sesh, we're 1:40 on the clock. Last hand. And then a break. And then more of the same in 15 minutes. Quick 15, quick run. Do me sit-ups. Beep, 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 beep. He never answered us either. Mr. Jace, he never answered us. I need to know.
Next time he's in, remember, that's the question we need to ask him. I'd like to see jam here from Neil. Whether he takes it.
Nope.
King 8 off. It's only 11 bigs of Paul.
Tonight flop 10-9-3. Whiffs them both.
Yeah, it could be check bet call. Paul's got a nice one to stab, 7 high. But he does check it back.
Ace of clubs on the turn, so 3 club board. Both have a club.
I still wouldn't mind seeing check here from Neil, because always saying these spots, Dad, do we fold out better? Maybe some better king high stuff, but that will be that. We are going to get one more in.
We are.
We got 20 seconds.
20 seconds. Get one more in. Turn these ugly mugs off.
But the king 8 there, like, it's one that's just really nice check call. We never really fold out better. Maybe some better king highs, but they should just shove pre anyway. The king 9 plus.
Yeah.
Just in these blind on blind spots, that's a really important question to ask yourself when betting with it as a bluff. Do we fold out better? And if the answer is no, a lot of the time, you just want to land on check. So 15-minute break. We'll be back at 20 past.
We will.
Final hand for us. Is it going to be a quickie? Andreas will get out of the way.
He's taking his 15 minutes. Oh, Neil's not.
It's worst time to get a hand tower. The hand before break, because everyone was thinking about break. They've got a close spot, whether it's a 3-bet off fold, they just usually go with fold. Everyone's thinking about their 15. You're thinking about the monster you've just been dealt on the button.
Well, we hit a 3. So Christian not going anywhere.
Yeah, we'll be doing a street at least here. Neil just going to want to continue, and Christian going to have to check call.
What is it, 2.5? Should be a snap call. Turn. 8 of hearts. How big does Neil go? What size?
Size up a river jam tower,
Yeah.
so something that like 2/3 seems nice here. 750 into 1.15 million. That would put 1.9, 2.65. Wow, he's going to go for the lead. I'm not sure about this at all.
Minute 4:25.
Don't think we get any leads on this turn. It doesn't change anything in terms of ranges. Neil's still got the overpair advantage. Still will have 8s himself. 7-8 even in there from the button opening range. And not the biggest fan of this lead here. We tend to want to have turn leads when it's going to shift the ranges.
Oh, he says I'm all in and a snap.
Just a jam.
See you back in about 13 minutes time with the next session. Will it be the final session of the minute? Come back, find out. 50.
See you in 50.
Obviously leads to a lot of results, and like you say, you do a lot of chatting between you guys. Is it nice for you to sit there studying knowing that these results are coming because of all the hard work?
Yeah, for sure. I've always believed in hard work. There's no such thing as talent. There's no such thing as talent, and if you believe someone is more talented than you, all you have to do is outwork them. And a lot of it comes down to mindset as well. I think in any industry, if you want to succeed, you need to have a bulletproof mindset. in poker, very much so, because it is very mentally challenging. You have a lot of obstacles and a lot of challenges that you need to overcome, and there's a lot of injustice, and people tend to have entitlement issues. So having a mindset that allows you to play your A game is very, very important, but that's actually a very difficult thing to achieve.
Do you set goals for yourself?
Yeah, I have yearly goals, I have monthly goals, I have weekly goals, I have daily
like
goals. You have to, because if you don't, you're just living life. Life just passes you by, time goes by very quickly. But when you have a plan and you're taking baby steps every day, it accumulates, law of compounding over time. Those baby steps accumulate and the results will eventually turn up for sure.
Just quickly run through the AK. I
What about
absolutely
it?
love the AK. The name just fits with the game and
Yes.
it just looks perfect.
Thank you.
It's like every time somebody walks in with an AK, it's got to be Arian. It can't be anybody else.
I've
can
had
it?
a lot of people ask for it, but if I start handing them out, it's not going to be as unique, is it?
No, absolutely not. You're still young in the game. You've
Yes.
had a lot of success. What's the
Short-term
future?
success, I don't take it for
Absolutely,
granted.
nobody does, and nobody should do.
sure.
But what's the plan for the short-term
To
future?
keep doing
regarding
what I'm
Arian?
doing, but on the long term, to me, success is not getting a few results, it's to be able to beat the competition at the highest level possible for as long as possible. If I can carry on doing what I'm doing for the next 10 years, that will be success in my eyes. Right now, obviously I understand the game on a deeper level and I have had this success, but when you look at it, it's only like 300 live games and that can be very much dictated by variance, good variance, right? But if I do what I'm doing for a decade, then it can't be all variance, right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And
So
you,
that's the aim.
It's great to walk into a card room and Arian walks in and people look round and they spot who you are and they know who you are and they're now getting to see the name sitting down at the tables and thinking, you know, it's just a little bit tough this game.
It's very overwhelming. I mean, even when I went to the EPT, I mean, some of these guys I used to watch on the TV and to turn up and to share a table with them is one thing, but to be able to compete, that's another thing. It's very rewarding for sure. I've made a lot of sacrifices. I was doubted a lot. I was laughed at a lot. I remember before I started playing full time, when I was still working in the office, someone said to me, "Oh, what you got? I've heard you're leaving. What are you going to do?" And I said, "I'm going to play poker." And they just started laughing in my face. They thought I was some form of deluded.
Well, I hope they're watching the streams realising how good you've got.
Degenerate gambler who is lost, but you can't expect other people to share your views. Everyone has very unique views in life, I think.
Yeah.
Only you know truly what you should do, and you should do it. I love what I do, and I think that's the main reason why I've had the results. Is I truly love what I do, and if you look at any field, the people that do really well are usually those who love what they do, because when you love what you do, you never have to work. What you're doing is not work, you're doing something you enjoy, and because of that you give it more. Because of that you have more resilience. When things go wrong, you've got more of a reason to push forward, and doing this for a living, I mean, all of the money and the trophies, it's very attractive, but the things that you have to actually go through to make that possible it's not easy. It's not made for the average individual, but if you work hard enough and you develop certain skill sets, then it's possible. Yeah, for sure.
Well, long may it continue.
Hopefully.
Keep that smile on your face.
Fingers crossed.
Always walk around with that smile, because it's a little bit infectious. Arian Kashani.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure,
man.
and thank you for having me.
Cheers, Arian.
Cool. Thank you.
We are chatting to Ewan McNicholas. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, thank you, Tara.
Great to have you on the circuit.
Yeah.
How did you actually get into the game?
So I first started playing poker when I was at university. One of my flatmates was playing, and then I went to the UKSPC, run by Krosner, actually. It was one of my first introductions to poker.
Yeah.
And I met one of my best friends, Chris Maguire, there.
Yeah.
We played a tournament together, and we ended up dropping it. And I was kind of hooked from there. That was it.
The UKSBC had got some great names, and obviously you guys. Do you still keep in touch with these kind of people?
Yeah, I mean, some of my best friends are people I met in the UKSBC. Chris Maguire, Jack Oliver, Tim Joyner, is people I talk to every day still.
Yeah. Before lockdown, you'd only got like 2 caches.
Yeah, well,
on the,
I wasn't.
on the mob.
I wasn't playing. I was playing very recreationally before lockdown, kind of at university, the odd student game here and there, but never really took it too seriously.
Yeah. Did it help the lockdown?
Yeah, massively. So at the start of lockdown, I lost the job I was doing because it just got shut down. I was working as an outdoor activity instructor.
Yeah.
So that industry was just wiped out, obviously.
Yeah.
And I started playing online during lockdown, and then kind of just all snowballed from there.
Yeah. 2021, obviously, biggest score ever.
Yeah.
At the minute, 165,000 GUKPT.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Can you remember it all?
Patches of it, yeah. It all went past in a blur. I kind of just, for 3 days, ran as hot as the sun.
First time I've seen some excitement from the players. They're on their feet.
Ewan, ace 5 to das, ace jack.
One time.
29% equity to be champion. 29% to be champion. 71%. We double up. Flop time. Oi, oi.
Oh.
Never easy.
Any
10,
4 balls?
3 deuce.
He's in better shape now than he was
4
before.
out of 5 needed. We need to fade a 4 out of 5 to double. A 4 out of 5, there'll be a cheer. Oh my word, the crowd went wild.
So it felt good doing that. Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Was that your first main event or the first series, first season?
Both. It was the first ever like GUKPT series I played, and so that was the first bullet of the main event I ever played. Yeah, it was straight in.
Yeah. Can you remember much about the final table?
I remember a few hands where, like, I remember getting it in with a pair and a flush draw on the turn against a set, and making a flush on the river, and getting it in something like ace 5 off versus jack, so jack hardcastle and winning. And kind of those 2 hands are the ones that kind of stick in my mind of like.
Probably not reminded of it too much by Jack, you know.
I think I can directly quote him saying, "I think I started your career." I think he said that. Kicked off your career or something. The sort of thing you would say.
Yeah. Obviously Vegas 2021 as well. Going out there.
Yeah.
Was that the first year you could go out, or was it just the first year that you wanted to go out?
So, what year are we in now? Vegas 2021.
How old are you, by the way?
25.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah. So it was the first year after lockdown.
Yeah.
First time I went out was because my friend Jack Oliver was going deep in the main, and I had a small piece of him.
Yeah.
And I was chasing the National League that year.
Yeah.
Right. So I was doing all these tournaments, and I was actually in a tournament in 25-25 at the end of the year in Bolton, and a few of us who were like friends with Jack and all had a small piece were texting each other like, "Oh my god, there's like 100 odd people left. We actually need to like book a flight and get out there, because if he makes the final turn, we have to be there."
I was gonna say when you're scrolling through all the updates, day 7, day 8, day 9, you're like, this is real, this isn't it?
So my first Vegas trip was kind of booked while playing 25-25, and I remember getting an Uber from the 25-25 by my parents' house to pick up a bag of clothes and my passport to the airport. I remember the Uber cost me £450. Yeah. And then we got.
Obviously, what Jack's done, you've got a piece of him. The Uber didn't really matter, but that was literally your first trip to Vegas.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was amazing. It was a good first time, yeah.
Doesn't get much better as an experience.
Yeah.
Obviously, flying out to Vegas, we know Jack did what he did, and the scenes on the rail.
Yeah.
You all got showered in champagne or whatever it was, Corona or whatever it was.
I think it was a beer rather than a glass of champagne, but yeah.
experience with Jack, and obviously the railing him on the FD.
Amazing.
That would be. You had a couple of final tables as well.
You're still doing the fashion, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. I'm still in it. Is it in Leicester? Based in Leicester? Northampton. Northampton. Yeah. There's some shipment over now in Leicester that are very trading. Oh, there's loads of them in Leicester. Yeah. Do more property down there. Okay. How does it take you to get here? Half hour. Okay. My store was in Bedford. I was in Bedford today anyway. So about 4 hours.
Once again, the full players
Yeah, it's off. You've got my chips, now you're going to go.
A serious complaint from Seagull.
You took all of it.
There you go, their blinds are reselling at 60,000, 120,000.
Right, so move seat 1 into box 2, and then move the guys in seat 3 into box 4. Move to 4 now. Got a second complaint.
That's good, you see everyone now.
It's going to be 60.
Where are you from?
Let's do it again. Here we go. Blinds are now 61-20. Is this the session before as we crown a champ? It probably should be. To be fair, it probably should be. But we'll see. If it is, it is. We are now on a 30-minute clock because there's less than 5 people. They've just moved around one spot. So Chris is now in seat 4. So Andreas moves all in with the ace 9, pretty standard in the big. I like it a lot.
Yeah, really tidy jam from Andreas.
So 4, as you can see there's the chip stacks. Neil in seat number 8, 5.5 mil and 46 bigs. Christian in seat number 4 as he's moved round, second in chips. Is this the last sesh?
Should be.
Yeah, we all think it should be.
What we got? 120, 160, 200, 250.
Yeah, I think 200 is definitely the last level. There's a 12 million chips in play. So welcome back one and all. Break finished. It's 120,000. The big blind. Sometimes you can't do anything with the small blind. And this is one of them. Find the muck. You were calling, aren't you?
Nah, I like folded. I agree with you. Off for 21. Going to get better spots as Andreas. Just give the chip lead up what he wants.
Yeah.
And that is a walk.
I like that. Oh, I don't like that though. Mr. Ian Needleman's come on. John Motson. It says Spurs. Whatever that means, 1 down. What does that mean?
Yes. Like let's be honest. We're not winning the Premier League this season.
Nope.
We're probably not winning the FA Cup.
Nope.
We're probably not winning the Europa League.
Nope.
Our best shot, probably the League Cup, of winning something.
Yeah.
So why would you start one starting player out of our 11 starting lineup? I know all this, you've got to rest
That's all.
players for the Prem and whatnot and all this, but why not start a strong team, go 2-0 up and bring them off at half time?
Yeah, that is true.
I don't understand it. I'll never understand it in cup football.
You're never going to win the Premier League, you might as well try and win a trophy.
Exactly that. And now suddenly he'll bring Son off the bench, he'll bring Maddison off the bench, and they've got just as much chance getting injured when it's more high intensity at the end of the game.
Yeah, that's true.
I should be one of them football pundits, Tower.
I think you should apply. Plenty of jobs going, it seems.
Queen 7 of diamonds for Andreas is going to open here off his 21 BBs. Neil, where's the jam, my friend?
Find it.
Would have been a really nice spot to jam again for Neil. Found it last time, maybe a bit results orientated. Thought, oh, I jammed this hand in this spot last time and ran into aces. Maybe something that deters him from taking the aggressive route. %71% possession and 0.1 goals expected. Impressive. That is impressive, Mackham's.
Is that what that means, XG?
Yeah, XG, expected goals. So basically, you got all like the technical side now, all the computers and stuff. And what they do, they predict.
Well, surely the higher percentage possession should be in a bigger XG.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Mackham's saying. It's impressive to have that high possession and 0.1 XG against Coventry.
So basically, the back four have had all the possession and the goalkeeper.
Yep.
Great.
Ange told reporters yesterday he always wins a trophy in his second year at the club. We will see. Not going the right way about it. Did Paul just rip 10? No, this can't be right. This has to be a card reader. What? This can't be right. Are you? Andreas has to call Tower. He will call once he gets a count, assuming stacks are correct, because it's only 600k more to call, and it'll be 600 to win over 2 million. So we have to call with our flush draw. And I swear, Paul's got 10-3 off here. What are we doing?
Oh, that's pinch, isn't it?
Yeah, it can't be 10-3.
Can't be 10-3. As a reader, in the last hand.
I don't think it was paint. I think it could be 10-3, Tower.
There's a big wry smile. 10-3? Are you mad? What's happening here? He's just been shouted out. He's double parked.
What's just happened? Paul Panayis.
10-3 offsuit.
Imagine the offsuit 10 or 3 rolling off here.
Oh my word. And a king of diamonds.
It's one thing to jam, Tower, but the other thing to jam with perceived no fold equity. Like, we're always getting called. We're going to give our opponent a 3.5 to 1 price. Like, he may even call ace high. What was going on there? Ah, Wednesday night.
Wednesday night?
Know what happens at Wednesday night?
Bingo.
Luton, White Lion, karaoke. Paul Panayis is off to the White Lion for some. It's the Red Lion for some karaoke.
Is he on first?
He must be on first. He must be on first. I don't want to miss my set, guys. 10-3 off, in it goes.
It was a 10-minute set at 9:30.
I've seen some in my time, but that might be up there with one of the top end punts.
We've had 3 eliminations on the feature table today. They've all been punted. They've all punted it off.
Yeah, they have.
We don't see this ever.
We don't. It's the mini.
We do not see it ever. This is great viewing.
nil on the button. Don't have to play everything. Let's let this one go. It's Christian to walk. That's big blind only.
And now the money has gone up £5 grand. That was just like a £5 torch. Wow.
I have no explanation for that one.
Wow. You know when you walk outside you can hardly hear the music.
Yep.
When you're in here, there's no speakers, and yet it's like we're in Hacienda. It's great. How's your 74 team 3-1 shot going on?
Fivefold.
Fivefold.
3-1 shot, I'll have you know.
Okay.
Well, Celtic are winning, which is good.
Yeah.
Dortmund are not winning.
Dortmund are not winning.
Man City are not winning.
Okay.
PSG are not winning.
Yeah.
And Spurs are losing. So I'm 1 of 5 at the moment in the odds-on fivefold tower. It was my banker to get some tokens for the treble this weekend.
This is my banker tokens money. I can't wait.
Oh dear, oh dear.
We don't know what was happening there with the 10-3 Quentin at all, but it happened. It happened.
Christian, 9-6 suited. Should be a complete. Looks like he's gone for raise. We don't really like raising these ones. Just going to be much better complete call. Like much better to raise 9-6 off here. Although probably still wouldn't use that than it is 9-6 suited. Like the suited hands. Just got nice playability. Ones we can comfortably complete call, but wouldn't be able to do anything facing a free bet. That's why we like to choose sort of hands that are down the ladder in playability. It just becomes an easy decision when met by aggression. Either way, it does pay off for Christian on this occasion.
Razor Kev says, in all fairness, his mate said expect some unorthodox play, but I was off the scale.
That was off the scale. He might be a blackjack player. 10-3, double down.
That's it.
All the chips on.
Yeah. Cheers. Expect fireworks. Unorthodox play. Oh dear. Oh, and I saw at half time as well when we had our last break. What is that Man City kit? It is grim. They've got like yellow in the light blue now. Obviously new kit, obviously like 120 quid, but there you go. I would not be buying it. Noel Gallagher designed it, says Gully.
What? It's a one-off special.
Oh, okay. It needs to be.
It's like Man U's kit about 25 years ago when they come out in grey and then at half time they changed to blue and white.
Weren't they like 4-0 down?
Yeah,
or
it's
something?
3-0 down against, I think it was Southampton, weren't it? 3-0 down against Southampton. Come out in a different kit at half time.
Yeah. New team, who's this? Ace 7 against Ace 9. Raise it up to 275. 30 bigs, too big to be jamming.
And first time we've seen this all final table tower. Someone taking a hand that plays a lot better as a free bet than a call and actually using it as an aggressive route. And very nice here from Andreas. Credit where it's due. Love to see more of this for the final three. And this should be working. Oh, Dortmund one up. That's 2 of 5 tower.
Here we go.
Here we go. Sweats on his Spurs get a goal.
The sweat's on. Last 20 minutes. So £13,200 now locked. Great for a 250 main.
League Cup goes straight to penalties nowadays as well.
It does,
don't
yeah.
it?
No injury, no extra time. No injury time. Straight to pens.
Huge hand, free-handed for Andreas, pocket nines.
Here's 6 for Neil. Wow, Neil just folds the eggs. Whoa, that's pretty tight.
What was it, A6 off?
Yeah.
Could have.
I know it's like the.
It's fold or free bet tower. Like
Yeah.
we're never flat in, so fold or free bet.
Just like the worst ace there is.
Well, Christian wants to have a look with a Jack-6 offsuit. Maybe players just starting to see 5 figures locked up now. Maybe sort of loosening the shackles a bit and playing a bit looser. Nothing here for the Jack-6 of Christian. Just a small bet from Andreas will do it. Goes matey.
No spades in play. Queen 7-3 flop.
Way too big for the Queen 7-3 mono. Could even go like 120k here for one big blind as Andreas. It goes extortionate. Does work for 2/3.
Neil Bernard out and the chip lead for a long time now.
All I'd like to know, Tal, I've just had a little look.
Yep.
How can you go
Yep.
to a team that are mid-table in the championship and have one shot on target?
Just one.
Just one. And Coventry have had 5.
Wow. You've been mullered then.
We're being mullered. It's all right. Our West Brom getting on this season, do you know?
Well, I think they're about 3rd or 4th in the league.
Well, there we go. So Andreas here, 8-6 off, seems fine. Now getting after it on the button. I do expect to see defend here from Andreas, and he does defend.
For all players remaining in the mini main, please start taking your seats. You have 3 minutes remaining on your board.
What time is it? Ace 9-10 flop.
Don't make me block you, Curtis, mate. You think I don't know the Spurs score?
Yep, and now all the big guns are off the bench, apparently.
Oh, what, with 10 minutes to go? It just baffles me. I just craziness.
Yep.
I could sit here and rant about it all day.
Yeah. There's a lot of tournaments you can't win. Why don't you go for one you can win? Bizarre.
Top of the championship. We're at the end of the season, Kev. I know I said Coventry to win the championship with 16s each way.
You did?
Not a bad bet. We're only early days. They'll be there at the end. Oh, you're on about West Brom, top of the championship.
Oh. The top of the championship. Well, there you go then.
Nine deuce for Christian. Temporary off, making it 275. Blind on blind here. Might have made this the full 3x as Andreas just to deter Neil a bit more, but going to do the trick versus 8-6 off anyway. Does get it through with the 10-3. And everyone locked 13.2k. Going to be a great payday for a £250 comp, whatever happens now.
Absolutely. Great payout. 26,500 for a 250. Amazing.
It could open this free-handed on the button as chip leader now, as Andres will slight second in chip, should say, 5.1 to 4.7, but only separated by 4 bigs, him and Neil. Fine to open here with the Jack-9. Free-handed. Blinds coming round thick and fast, going to need to battle for these pots, but goes with limp here. Different. Neil with 9-8 of clubs, shouldn't be going anywhere. I'm probably just going to complete here, not bloat the pot. Going to make the assumption Andreas, if he's limping by, and he'll be doing a lot of limp calling.
That's exactly what he's done. Off to the flop we go.
Free weight. Ace King 3. Neil does flop the flush draw here. And if Andreas bets, I'd love to see check raise here from Neil, because on these boards, the Ace King in a limp pot, the limper just attacks him all the time when check to. And if you really think about it, if Andreas had an ace, he'd just open button. Even all his King X would just open button. So he's just going to be light here so often. Sometimes, yeah, he might have a King 3 suited, he might have pocket threes, but most of the time he's just going to have a whole load of nothing. Once you deduct that as nil, you could just take this flush draw and go for the check raise here. He is going to land on call, but it's a spot that you just see overbluff so often. Check to the limper, it's an ace high board, they bet, but really, is he ever going to limp an ace on the button? I don't think so. He's just going to try and steal with it with the blocker in there. So a good opportunity perhaps for Neil there to just Wouldn't have even need to go big. Could have just made it like 450 with the 8-9 of clubs, but now this is the problem. We've now got to navigate out of position.
3 of diamonds hits the turn.
And when faced with a bet on the turn, we have to fold most of the time unless it's a really small sizing. That's why I think check raise would have worked out really nicely here for Neil.
Check, check. 6 of diamonds, river. Mr. Neil. Should be a check again.
Well, he may feel like he has to bluff it in now, Tower, because even some Queen Jack, Jack 10 stuff beating us, like maybe don't even need to go big for that reason. Not going to fold out an ace, not going to fold out a king, I don't think. So maybe we just go really small to target the Jack highs, the 10 highs, the Queen high stuff. That does shut it down with a check, and Andreas actually going to take this one with the Jack high.
Is he going to bluff with the best of it?
Probably not. Once again, Tower, thinking about Neil's range, once he goes check, check, is he really folding the king? Probably not. And Jack high going to be good for Andreas. He'll be happy to see that. Takes it.
Take it, take it, take it.
So you're saying there's a chance here Needleman Spurs have equalised in the 89th minute. We're going to win the cup, Tower.
Yes.
So I just need a City goal, PSG goal and a Spurs goal now, and we are laughing. 1 minute. 1 minute to play in each.
Oh, what's that? Is that a typo?
DJ Spence.
Dejed Spence.
DJ'd. I always call him DJ'd. It is Dejed, but DJ Spence.
DJ Ed Spence.
He's coming to a club near you, Tower. DJ Ed Spence.
That's it. DJ Ed Spence is on the decks tomorrow night at 10 o'clock.
Oh, here we go.
This is going to be, with the blinds at 120.
Should be all in call. Whether Neil calls sixes or not, I'm not sure. But it's only going to be a 16 big jam. Christian should shove fives through deuces. He should shove some ace deuce through ace five. He may even sprinkle in a king X suited that we dominate from time to time. Andreas now easy fold with the ace deuce, and six is going to have to call here for Neil, in my opinion. We've got a pair free-handed, and there's some pairs in there we dominate. A whole 24 combos will be in there pure for Christian.
I'm going to ask for his counts. Or is he... Pocket sixes. 300. Should always be calling.
It's not like clear, Tower. It's really not, because it's 25 bigs, but in a free-handed situation here.
It's a decent pair.
Yeah, I know, but he has found it eventually. But it's all about our opponent's range. Do we dominate enough? And we most certainly do. And big flip here.
Yep.
For the both.
Are we going to be heads up to the 6 hold? Christian stands up. King 7-4. Not too many redraws. Ace 10 needing to hit to survive. Oh, picks up an extra out with the queens.
Never easy.
Yep, ace 10 and queens. Do we get there? Do we? No, it's a 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Great run.
So Neil, burn it out. Well done. Is now heads up against Andreas. Neil, burn it out. Chip leader with 7.1 mil. Andreas on 5 mil. Well done, Christian. And they're going to take
15.
Just shy of 20. 15-minute break. So it'll be 10 o'clock. We'll come back. We'll be back at 10 o'clock. They're going to move them into seats 3 and 7 as they always do. They'll be moving the stacks across. They will take the break. Oh, they might be taking. Are they taking the break? So 3 and 7.
Yeah, we're going to have a 15-minute break,
There
guys.
you go. He says we're on 10 minutes. That's what he's just said. So we're back at 0 o'clock with the resumption of the heads-up battle between these two guys. Andreas.
Spurs 2-1, PSG 1 up. I just need a City goal.
Oh my! Oh, we could be back. We could be millions. We could be millionaires.
Come on, City. I can
That
go.
bet 10 minutes ago was worth $1 million to 1.
I'll go sweat a City goal for 10 minutes. See you in 15.
10.
Final tables, but a few final tables here and there, and
We could
other
do
tournaments,
with you and Nicholas on that. I'll be
Yeah,
there.
that'll be fun.
We'd all be there in Vegas. That is for sure. But no, your first time in Vegas, that's just unbelievable. Just knowing that your first trip.
I know, and I spent quite a lot of time out in Vegas now, mainly playing cash, but I'm going in 2 days' time actually for the summer for 7 weeks. So
Sweet.
Can play tournaments all summer, which will be fun.
Very nice. You had a change. You had the You had the Ewan McNicholas look, and everybody in the card room knew when Ewan McNicholas walked through the long locks, the flowing locks, the ponytail, the swish of the hair. What made you change, man?
I don't know really.
Not saying it's a bad thing.
I had the hair kept growing through lockdown, and then kind of just kept it throughout. But it's a lot of effort having hair that long. You kind of gotta make sure
it's a uni look,
brush
and
it.
you obviously getting out of the uni look.
Yeah, but no, all gone now. It's been gone for a while, but no real reason. Just kind of lots of small reasons.
Yeah. So we burst on the scene in 2021. 2022, what was that like?
Oof.
You had a couple of tables, couple of final tables of a bracelet event, but nothing as big as obviously the main event.
Yeah.
What was the experience like?
So I never final tabled a bracelet event.
No, all right, okay.
I final tabled a load of GUKPT stuff, which was good. But I took it a little bit easier in 2022.
Yeah.
After chasing the National League for the whole of the year before, it was.
But you do play a lot online, don't you?
Yeah.
It's not like we know you from live, obviously.
Yeah.
But you do play a lot
Yeah,
online.
no, I kind of play everything. Bit of online cash, online tournaments, live cash, live tournaments. I kind of just love it all. I like to mix it up. I get kind of stale if you do the same thing over and over. But yeah, 2021 was a fun year. Just travelled around the GUKPT circuit a bit, did summer in Vegas.
But in 2022, we did final table at GUKPT.
Yeah.
Blackpool.
Yes.
Was that the one that got away?
Yeah, that was.
If anybody runs bad at the wrong time, was that the one?
Yeah, that was a fun one. I kind of felt like a slight lost opportunity. I remember I made a hero call and lost to a bluff for a big pot, and then stone next hand, lost a flip, and I was out.
Yeah.
And it's the amazing classic race 400 at the GUKPT Blackpool final. Unbelievable.
You needs help. Can find a queen now as well. Picked up 2 at this. 6 of spades, no help on the turn. So Ewan down to ace, king or queen.
An ace, a king or a queen, and it's not, it's paint, but it's a jack. Which means we lose Ewan McNicholas, eliminated in 4 for £37,840. The race of all races, as it happens. Well done, Ewan. He'll be a little bit upset that he's not closed it out. You know, he had the chip lead for a while, and just one of them. You win that race, and it's obviously the other way around.
Yeah, the ace jack.
But Maxime, who chopped the mini 300, is now 300 for the main.
So I kind of went from thinking I was going to win it 4-handed to out in 2 hands, but it's what it is. You can't win every tournament.
No, no, that is true, and obviously we've had the win, we've had the big win. But I thought when we were watching, we just thought that that was just a getaway. We thought you and Nicholas, this was your time. That's what we thought.
I thought so too.
Yeah. 20 last year. Obviously last year we get to Vegas. 16 times you cashed.
Oh yeah, it was
16. Is that a good thing to cash on a regular basis?
It's better to cash than not to cash. But
does it feel bad that they're not all bigger cashes?
Yeah, so I mean, I had a lot of caches, but I pretty much only had min caches throughout the series. I think I had like an 11th in an online bracelet, and then a 20th or something in a turbo event, turbo bracelet. But just lots of min caches. So I just played a lot. I had a bad summer. But
a bad summer and 16 caches.
Yeah, well,
good job we had 16 caches if it were a bad summer.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
Your final table, when we get over here, your final table, 3 high rollers.
Yeah.
And the high rollers we watched a lot of, they always seem to be tough fields.
Yeah.
But you do regularly well in the high rollers. What is it about the high rollers?
If you play a lot of them, eventually you'll find the tables have. Yeah, I mean, all these things, that the GUKPT high rollers, it's kind of, a lot of it's kind of the same group of people that play a lot of them, and just everyone's really tough. There's obviously a lot of pros that play them, but even the guys that aren't playing professionally, they're really good.
Yeah.
There's not that much difference between them. They play really good, play really solid.
Yeah.
And they're good structures. They get quite quick as well. So you just got to win some all-ins. They're a lot of fun. I really enjoy them.
Obviously, the optimum is the day 2 buy-ins, and we see a lot of late legs. Max late reg seems to be a big thing.
Yeah.
Is it something you could put out there and say this is actually a good thing to do if you can do it?
Yeah. The max day regs are great fun. You kind of come in, spin it up or don't spin it up. You just got to be prepared to lose an all-in and you're home. Not much playing it sometimes.
No, absolutely not.
No, it can be a great opportunity.
If we are not playing live and you're playing online, do you have a structure to what you're going to be playing? Do you look at the games online? Do you think this is my kind of game?
Yeah.
What do you normally stick to?
Plan that out. Well, it depends if we're playing cash or tournaments. I don't normally mix them up, but if I'm playing cash, I'll just play probably 4 tables of whatever's running, and then play tournaments. I just look for the good tournaments, open the lobbies, and then reg them whenever I got space.
Yeah. And is that the same live? Do we have a calendar? Do we look and think I'm going there?
Yeah.
I'm going there.
Yeah. Kind of a month in advance or so. I look, see what's on for the next month, and then plan it out, book some hotels, so I live in London now, so coming here to the Vic's great. I can walk here now, which is great.
Favourite comp of the year if it's not Vegas?
So like you said, I love the high rollers here. They're great fun. It kind of doesn't matter which casino it's in, as long as the structures are just good, not too long, not too short, over in 2 days. Like, nice group of people, and I run pretty good on them.
Nice one. You just said you're going to Vegas in 2 days.
Yeah.
What's the plan? What's the schedule? Have we got one?
A loose one. I've got a spreadsheet with all the tournaments that are on. I'll play every day probably. I'll probably have 2 days off over the summer, and then
2 days off.
Probably. Playing poker's always a day off, really.
You're there to play. You're not there to sunbathe.
Yeah.
I don't suppose.
Yeah, and some days you finish early.
So Vegas, obviously, the ultimate thing would be a bracelet.
Yep. That would be fun.
If not, would you feel really happy if one of your friends did exactly that?
Yeah, that'd be great.
On the final table rail.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to some good rails during the summer, because someone I know will have some deep runs, and there'll be some.
They usually do.
Yeah, there'll be some good morale on the rail.
They usually do, and if we don't see it at the poker table, we'll see it at the bar somewhere. That's usually the case in Vegas. Isn't
it? Cheers, Tal, calling me out.
Ewan's at the bar, he's not at the tables. We said you're 25, you're 26, you're 26 next. What's the longevity in this game? Can be 50, 60 years. We've got Willie Tan, 82 years old, final tabling last week, you know what I mean? Is this a game that you think you could actually stick at and really enjoy for a long, long time?
I mean, I love playing poker, but I don't think 6 months ahead. asking me to think 50 years ahead is a little premature. But I love playing poker. I can't see myself doing anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, fingers crossed for Vegas this year, and fingers crossed for a long, long run. And if you're there, and then you're on an FT, the Tower Pom Poms are going to come out.
I can't wait.
Fingers crossed for then, and all the best for the future.
Thank you very much.
Nicholas. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Dal.
Top man. We're spending 10 minutes with Harry and Kashani. Thank you very much for your time.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Where did you start playing poker? And how on earth did you get into it?
I mean, growing up, I've always been very much obsessed with anything strategy-based.
So you know, 3-card brag man.
No, and I used to play a lot of cards, but a lot of different card games. And I've always been a very competitive gamer. Anything with strategy is just... until I came across poker, it was actually during a sleepover at a friend's house.
Were you a killer at Monopoly?
I used to, well, whenever I knew we was playing Monopoly, I used to open the box and slip some of the 500s into my pocket prior to the game beginning, and when people went past the go and got 200, I was getting 600.
I love it.
The additional notes were coming out. But yeah, where my friend Christian, I think I was leaving college. I wasn't 18, I was 17 years old. He taught me the rules and my mind was blown. I was hooked. I was like, wow, I've discovered this a bit too late. And I was just immediately hooked to a point where when I started uni, my attendance...
Where was uni?
Huddersfield.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny because growing up I wanted to be a pilot, then I wanted to be an architect, then I studied accountancy and finance, and now I'm a poker player, right?
Well, accountancy, facts, figures, numbers.
Sure. Yep, and then 22. Do you want to have a look at that, mate? You can look together. That would be so his stack's on the bottom, you're on the top.
That's you, and that's you. So what we could do is do we need to play for something, or we just...
You can play for the trophy if you want.
Play for the trophy, and we can just do it. I don't mind doing 22, 22, and play for £4 and the trophy. So guaranteed 22 grand each. So play for the rainbow and the trophy. I've got more chips, so slightly. Yeah, I know, but still, it's got to account for something, right? What's the balance left? It says 22 each. What's the balance remaining?
Should just say on there.
I can do the match here.
46,400. About that.
4,600.
46,400. Around about that. You can do the exact amount. That's what the prize is.
What I'd be happy with, Andreas, because I'm not going to go for straight split down the middle. If I go, if I go 24, so that would leave you at 22. And then we play for whatever that difference is.
Just got to calculate it.
So I'm saying I want to take 24. Right, so 46, 160. 46, 160. And I'm saying I want to take 20. So it's going to leave you 22, 160. Then we have got what do we say what is there to play for? And then we've got basically the difference to play for. So no, sorry, I've done that's the whole lot.
That's all of it.
That's all of it. So you could do what you could do is okay, so to take 23, I could take 21 and play for like 2 and a bit. Yeah, okay. I might have to do that. So I'll take 23, I'll take 21.
It'd be like 2.1k in the trophy.
That's why 22 makes sense.
Yeah, I know.
It's only 4 grand, isn't it?
I know, but still, I feel like I should get more. I should get, you know, guaranteed more because I've got more chips. So that's what I'm happy to do.
23, 21.
23, 21, and we play for the rest.
What's the rest again? Let me.
So we've got, so that's 44,000. How much is it? How much is top and?
These are the prices.
So 26 plus. So what's that number again? 46,150. We said I take. What did we say? 21, so that's going to leave 2,160 and the trophy. I'm happy with that if you are. Yeah? Okay.
So, we think they've done a deal. We think the handshake's done. 23,000 to Neil. 21,000 to Andreas on the left. And £2,160 to play for. So they've made it a little bit shallower. So 23 and 21, well done. And 2,160 and the trophy. Well done, one and all. Great effort. 23 and 21 locked up for a £250 buy-in. Well done indeed. £2,160 and the trophy. Who's going to win from here? Who'll go win from here? So nice payday for one of these two. Really, really good.
Sometimes nice when you get heads up to do a little deal as well, a little flattener on the payout structure.
Yeah.
Doesn't make too much difference. Extra 2,160 going to the champion.
Second place was 19,660. So locked up 21. And then the extra 2 would make it 23. 23,160 if Andreas wins it. Or 25,160 if Neil wins.
It's a nil with a slight chip lead, 4.8. Plays just under 8 million. So just under 7 million. So Andrea's opening on the button. Goes big tower, 3x heads up, don't often see that. Usually people just 2.5x tops. Playing some limps as well, but Neil is going to defend the 10-7.
Unbeknown to us what Andreas has. Jack high flop, but all spades. Jack 5-3.
Yeah, whatever he has, C-bet will be working versus Neil's actual hand. Seen a couple of times these mono boards, Andreas going pretty big with his sizing. Theoretically, like the smaller size choice, but seen a couple of times already where he's bombed it on the 3 to a suit. Let's see what he comes with here. And once again bombs it. It's big for mono tower, anything over half, 60% of that. It does work.
You need again.
Yeah. If you said to me, Gully, if you had to pick one team tonight that would let me down in my fivefold, I would not have said Man City was the team that was going to be the Acca buster.
What price were they?
City were 1-4.
Were they really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty sure they're 1-4.
That is a big defeat. What did we 0-0?
0-0, yep. Someone was 1-4 in the bet. Was it City?
Spurs and
no.
Dortmund double.
City were 3-10. PSG are 1-4.
Okay.
If you haven't realised, I only back outsiders, guys.
What were Dortmund? 1-4.
Yeah.
What were Spurs?
2-9, I think.
So what was the double then? The double must have been 1-2.
4-9 Spurs, right? Yeah, you must have been like even money double for Ian? Maybe less.
Maybe I'm guessing less.
It's a battle of the Queen X. Andres catches his kick up.
Suppose there were no sweaty and you only had to wait till 89th minute. You'd have gone to bed kicking the cat.
Yeah, you would have, yeah.
wouldn't you?
Bet 160. Plus.
We're back for more tomorrow. High roller action
from 12:20,
and that one is flying now
Is
in
it?
terms of entries. 61 in already.
Very
we'll have
good.
Lots of day twos for that as well. That's still got 3 levels of reg as well. If you want to play some today, I reckon that will finish with around 80 in the mix for the high roller. Give us a nice prize pool.
Well,
So Richie Burnett. Evening gents, just tuning in after watching the awful performance by Spurs. Not sure what Ange expects after picking a second string team. Last time he did it, you lost to Fulham.
I said exactly the same thing, Richie, when we were 1-0 down. I was ranting on stream.
Yep. Probably the only chance you got of silverware, and you pick up Fred Bloggs playing left back.
Doggy was actually our only starting player. Our left back was the only one that is actually our starting left
And
back.
he got
that
booked
plays.
to the weekend as well.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
thinking about you.
Yeah.
I was
Doggy
thinking of
booking.
you. The dog got booked. So Fido, he got booked. Would you want him?
No, I try not to have bets in the North London derby because I don't want to be checking my bet builder while I'm trying to watch the match. Like, because you're like, I was out booking shot on target. I'm
Yeah.
like just zoned in on the North London derby. I rarely have a bet on it.
small bands 8k, but 80. Yeah, red one.
I think if you back him every game for a booking, you might be up on the year.
Yeah.
By the season, by the time the season finishes. If he gets 8 to 9 bookings, you'll be up.
Andreas ace queen suited. He's going to want to bump it up from the big blind here. Out of position.
Call.
The payouts before, there we go, scrolling across the bottom was the originals.
Yeah, now deal has been done. 21k to Andreas, 23k to Neil. They're playing on for 2,160 and the trophy.
So it would have been 26.5 and 19,660.
To be honest, nice deal for Neil because even if he wins it, he'll win 25,160 anyway and only be just over a grand shy of what he would have got.
Yeah. Pocket twos for Andres.
Wow.
Here we go, the ladies.
Yeah, I'm just going to want a free bet. Not all in as nil.
Wow.
Wow, has he played flat?
He's flattered.
Whoa, he could have won this here, Tower, because if he free bet, Andreas may not have been shy of shoving deuces a pair for just north of 30. Getting a pair heads up. I reckon if, you never know, Neil might have won this here and then if he just went with free bet, but he's going to trap. Andreas does flop a wheel draw to go with his ducks.
That's 350 from Andreas. And the call, as we should. Eighty diamonds turn. Options on Neil. See 8 checks again. Probably click back. Knuckle back the man.
Yeah. 8 has a lot of interaction with calling range on flop as well. 6, 7, 6, 8, 7, 8 all in there.
And pairs the 8 on the river.
Now, any value here for Neil with the ladies? This is heads up. We'll need to go thin. And Neil has played this final table very well, Tower. Always throw out the credit where it's due. I think probably the man that has played best in my opinion, and finds a lovely bit of value on the end here with the ladies, but not going to get heroed by the ducks of Andreas.
Up to 7.3 mil, 46 bigs against 30. Lines of 160,000.
Three suited for Neil on the button. Definitely wants to continue. Either raw's fine, limp or raise.
Looks like a raise. There's many 380. Andreas with an ace.
Yeah, could get aggro here, Tower, offsuit, ace X, high low. One that could potentially go for the free bet. Nice one to use. Yeah, love this from Andreas if he finds it.
And does. Looks like 700.
Wow,
800.
Way too small though. We're going to have a pot here, Tower, because now Neil's got a call. And like so important, and especially at this buy-in level, this is one of the mistakes you see so often, the sizing that people choose to go with their free bets. And going to want to be at least 1.3 here as Andreas. Probably around that remit, 1.3 million. And now over to Neil, who's now getting this price with suited free gap. I've got to come along, sir. And does call. But now, as Andreas Tower, we've got to play this hand out of position in a bloated pot with a hand with just not much playability. If we just make this a decent size, legitimate size, 1.3 million, we just win the pot here and now. And now, tough to navigate a hand like ace-4 off out of position. Both players with the whiff.
Jack 10-5, 2 spades.
And let's have this 4 of spades in hand. Is a board that I think we will have plenty of bets on. The Jack 10-5 as the aggressor. It's just difficult with our actual holding to put some chips in out of position as well. It looks like he's going to find it. cutting out some chips.
600. 900. That's chunky.
That is chunky. 60% just shy of, and it will be working. It's kind of annoying for Neil because if Andreas finds like quarter or even 20% here in the 3-bet coup, we could actually continue 6-3 of hearts, but against this size, just easy fold. Got to hit the mark. Andreas going to take it.
So stack's getting closer and closer. Deal being done, 23,000 for Neil, 21,000 for Andreas, 21.60 to play for. And the trophy.
Six, 7 off for Andreas, ace-3 suited for Neil. It's going to go with a race. Like check going to be fine here as well with these ones tower. It's good to have some coverage on the ace-high boards and the ones we like to have there in the check range of some of these suited low-down ace-x facing the limp. It does just get aggressive and does take it down.
Heads up for the title of the mini-main. Slight chop with the money, 23,000 to Neil, 21,000 to Andreas, and 21.60 to play for, plus the trophy.
Jack deuce for Neil still can get involved, heads up. Looks like it's going to go for the limp in, and Andrea's going to get to check the 8-4 off.
Flop time, Jack, Jack, 10. Any flops about?
Yeah, mixing it in. There's Neil thinking that we've got too strong a hand to put chips in, let our opponent catch up, or perhaps induce some bluffs down the road. And maybe a card that we are going to induce a bluff on, this 9 of diamonds. Andreas seems like a good one to lead here with the 8. I think kind of a nice lead from Andreas. Going to be getting looked up by Neil. I think against this size we just call in position tower. This is a monster bet. 365 into 320. So Andrea's going for like 115, 120% here.
I was just wondering if Neil's going to raise because of the wet he's just got.
Well, he is. He is going to raise, and he's going to lose his customer.
No, but is he? We're up and down now.
He's essentially gave Andreas a really good price to continue 3-1 with his up and down, but I think we just want to call against 120% as Neil, because once Andreas goes that size tower, he never goes 120% with a 10 or a 9. So once he goes that big on the turn, he's basically saying he's got a really strong hand or a bluff. So for that reason there with the Jack Deuce, like what are we trying to target that we're ahead of if we deduct that a 10 or a 9 never goes that size? When we raise there, all we're really doing is just getting some straight draws out, getting some flush draws out of there, but we want to keep these in. We want these to continue bluffing on the river, pick off some bluffs.
Just stacking the chips from the last end. So pocket twos for Neil this time. You'll see a flop. No, he's raised it up with the twos. So we're off to see the flop, but other ideas from Neil with the twos.
Yeah. If we're going to free bet tower, just free bet jam the pair here for 28 big blinds, because we can't free bet call off deuces. So if we are going to take that line, a free bet jam going to be a better avenue. That's still the aggression working. Queens.
Again, this time for Andres.
And Jack 3 suited for Neil, suited Jack good enough to come along, especially against his size. Just keep seeing these sort of nonsense sizings tower that don't really achieve much, just clicking it back out of position here. And same scenario, Neil just gets to continue basically entire range. We have got this Jack 3 coming along for the party.
Jack 4 King. So, second pair for Neil is behind.
Well, we're going to have a lot of bets on as the aggressor. King Jack 4, our board. So it's going to continue, but Andreas hasn't got a small bet in the locker once again.
400.
Just bombs it, 2/3 here. Maybe one that will find some big bets from time to time, but haven't seen Andreas go less than half with any C-bet size as of yet. Just seems to be going big on every board.
6 of diamonds turn.
I'm going to go for another street here with the ladies. Don't mind it. Now it's two-tone. A lot out there still to get called by it. And one thing I will say, when we go that big size on the flop, like we start eradicating stuff like 8-9, 10-9, ace high, stuff that would call a small bet. Maybe even some 4x start folding versus that flop size. It goes for the 2/3 again here on the turn.
Next to call.
Neil is
the Jack
paying.
Juicy pot.
And to be fair to Andreas, he has set this up near geometrically tower here. 2/3 flop, 2/3 turn, leave him for just shy 2/3 on the river. So maybe why he went for this size. And there's a king on the end, and that's a great card to see for Andreas, making it less likely Neil holds one of these King X holdings now. And is he going to target the Jack, which Neil is working with? Or is he worried about the king and thinking it's better to check call because there's a lot of draws that brick out? So He has opted for that approach, and Neil will just check a jack back here once this has gone to big bet flop, big bet turn.
I'll check back.
Yeah.
Yeah, shows him the jack, flicks it in the muck, and slams the other one down. Knowing that Andreas turned over the queens. Steve King, loving the stream, guys. Any plans for a Kent Grosvenor in the near future? We'd love to come back.
I never went. I'd love to go
come
there.
back to Thanet. We really would. Unfortunately, it's not on the agenda in the near future. Maybe the 2550s. Only 2550s down there. Let's have a look.
Yep, next page. There we are.
There we go. Where's the? Is there one? No, there's not one at Thanet. We need one back at Thanet. Get the 2550s back at Thanet, man. We need something down in Thanet. We used to love coming down there. The old Broadstairs. Have a little night out down in Ramsgate near the harbour. It used to be lovely. Really enjoyed it. But next week, Leeds, Blackpool and Birmingham, all the 2550s as we head to Reading for the 888. Segan says, if a tourist wins one of the big tournaments, can they claim the money? Of course they can. My friend's in England for 10 days and they are planning to play poker in the G Casino. Yeah, in the United Kingdom there's no tax on sports winnings or poker winnings. I don't know how that works against somebody who lives abroad, then either declaring it, that's their own personal choice. But in the UK there is no tax on any winnings.
Ten, 6, 4-0 on the button. Andreas now with the slight chip lead after a decent sized pot going his way with the ladies.
Another mono ball with the spades. King 2-8.
Yeah, once again, Town may be one that likes to check up, heads up. Check heads up with this queen of spades in there. We don't dislodge ace highs. Maybe fold out like queen 9 red, queen 10 red, but always important to ask that question. What does this bet achieve? But it's just going to fire, and once again fires over pot on the mono.
Who's it again? So Andreas takes the chip lead. 42 bigs against 33.
In 3 minutes time, you're going to hit the 200k BB.
Yeah. I thought that would have been the last level, but it might not be.
On average, usually around 70-80 BBs when a tournament finishes. So average, I'd say this level. Sometimes it goes a few levels before, sometimes a few levels after. But this could go any minute at this stack depth. Just need two hands to collide. It's all it takes. Heads up. 4 deuce opening. 7-8 should be defending.
Ace 8 flop.
Like here, Tower should just be 1 BB for Andreas, whether he finds it or not. This one's clear as day, one that we just go 1 BB on. Nice and small.
Oh, it's about 250.
Nice to see he has got a size in the locker, less than half. 280 this time for 40% on the nose. Neil clear call with a 7-8.
Three spades turn.
So now decision point for Andres once we get here. We pick up this wheel draw, we got bottom of range. However, we need to think about Neil's range here. Can have A6, can have 8x. I guess we do target some stuff like some king highs that would call once, but I'm not sure if it's one we want to be barreling. I know we got the nut low, but need to think about Neil's calling range on the flop. What does our opponent call 40% with on ace-8? He's got ace-x, he's got 8x, and then maybe some king higher stuff in there. Pocket pair should just send at this stack depth pre, so therefore we only sort of target a really small proportion of Neil's range that folds, and then the rest of it tower will continue. So maybe Andrea's actually having the triple in mind. I'm guessing if he's double barreling this turn, he's got to be unloading the triple on the river to try and fold out an 8, because an 8 just always has to call. And once we range our opponent on the flop, he's going to have an 8, he's going to have an ace. Oh, wow. And Neil just folds? Heads up.
Wow.
Top 2 pair.
Wow.
Just gives him credit for the ace-x.
And that's it.
And
Not only be the ace-x.
Yeah, but he's opened. Yeah, he's got all these ace-x holding in it, but sometimes just look at the maths of it. There's 2 aces on the board. There's 2 cards in your hand. You've got another card accounting for the flop, 47 over 2. From a random perspective, he's about a 23.5 to 1 shot to have an ace in his hand there. Just look at it sometimes, take everything out and just think about the maths of it. Just the statistics, if you like. How often, when there's 2 aces out there, there's this many cards left in the deck. If it was a random hand, would he have an ace? And it's not very often. It's very difficult to have an ace heads up when there's 2 on the board.
Agree completely. I was very surprised.
I was shocked as well, Tower, and really a big turning point, because if Neil straps in there and makes the call, potential, if river goes check check, that he wins a big one and swings the chip lead back in his favour, but now gets here with middle. Let's go for 160. Andreas with a call.
There's the 2 on the turn. 2 of spades. And this checks again.
And once again, decision for Neil. Do we think our hand's good enough to value bet? Neil does. There is a lot of stuff out there that's going to be drawing all the queen jack all the way through to the 5-6, all those gut shots or up and downs.
Pulls in a few more, doesn't Neil? 44 and 31 bigs. Did Luton win today?
I don't know, I hear some fireworks.
There's fireworks going on. What festival is it? Let us know. Is it Delawi?
I've heard it's the British Wagyu conference.
I want to know. I want to know.
Did he message you, Simon?
Yeah, he's definitely at a Wagyu conference in Britain, and he'll see us in Coventry.
Okay.
And I want to know that would that not be the best place ever for tasting food?
Yeah.
You know when you walk up to a stall and say, "Would you like to try this, sir?" Yes, please.
Bit of Wagyu steak.
Oh my days! Oh, would you like to try this burger, please, sir? Yes. Oh, go on then. I'll try this one. Oh man. I might have to find out. I might have to text Simon and find out when the next one is.
Big flop for Andreas. Goes with bet. I'm just gonna try and run some equity. Neil calls with 10-3 off, no draw. Is he watching Paul Panayis about 2 hours ago? And just has to forward to this double barrel. Andreas just putting a bit of a comfort zone between him and Neil.
now. Northern Soul weekend in Blackpool as well, second weekend of the festival. Get out your flares, and your dancing shoes and your towel and your talcum powder.
Talcum powder?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the talcum powder for?
For spraying on the floor so you can slide. It's true. You can slide better when you put talcum powder on the floor.
That.
No, absolutely.
I thought the only time you use talcum powder is when you was bringing up a little one or something. I thought that's the only time it was. I thought that's what it was used for.
For the nappy rack.
Yeah, I just thought that's what it was used for.
No, talcum powder spray, shake it on the floor and go sliding down on your knees. Whee! It's great. Absolutely brilliant. And there used to be some festivals that you used to go to and it had big signs on the wall, no talcum powder allowed.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. You used to slide on your knees. True, John, isn't it? There you go. It's true.
Queen 4 for Andres.
Oh, early November, it's the World Championships. Oh, I hope we're off one day.
For what? Well, there could be anything. World Championships.
No, the Northern Soul Dance Championships.
Oh, okay.
I think it's at the Blackpool Ballroom. Superb, love it. Ten Jack, deuce, flop. If you just joined us, 23,000 to Neil, 21,000 to Andreas, playing for £2,160 and the trophy. Christian Bulper out in third, 13,200. Last one out. What's he lost? What's Neil lost? Where's my wallet? Just gone through every single pocket there. Yeah.
Still looking.
Still looking for something.
Could jam here as Andreas. I think jam is the right approach here. A6 off. I think it should send him for 20 here out of position. But he's going to go for the not all in sizing. Go for 550. I'm pretty confident, Tower, that the robots will tell you to jam this spot as Andreas. Now we've got to navigate once again out of position with a hand. Not the best playability.
No, not the best ace in the deck, for sure. And a Jack 5 flop. So about 400 into 1.1. And a snap four with the 8-9. Out the way they go. Andreas building up a stack now. Blinds are 200k. What has he lost? I want to know what he's lost. I know he's been sneakily vaping. And I hope that's where he's lost. No disrespect, Neil. There's no vaping at the tables.
If there weren't a break clip shown during the break, you would have seen Tower run over to the table, take it, throw it in the bin, back to the booth.
Seagun says, Jay, what's your biggest tournament win?
Come in Vegas this year, actually.
Yeah.
Just shy of 70. I can't remember the actual number in the PLO.
Yeah, 5th in a 1K PLO bracelet event. The rail was amazing.
Both with the gutter here. King of Clubs, Andreas working with. However, both turn the 5 for 4th pair.
Queen of Diamonds River.
That's boring.
Yep, choppity chop. I raise, I bet, I raise, I'm all in, I call. Think about it for a bit.
This is the choppiest of chops ever. They both got King 5 and they both got Broadway and they both got 5. Both make the nuts.
Yeah, how much we're raising? Make it $1 million. I'm all in. I call. On to the next. Have you got a king? Yeah, me too.
You got a 5? Yeah, me too.
Exactly the same hand.
Ace-3 suited for nil. Going to go for the complete jam here. Well, here we go, Tower. This could be it. This could be it. If Andre can find a not all in size in here, with a hand as strong as 8s, like that, Neil has to jam, and Andre's has got to call it off.
Got to call it off with the 8s. Here we go, Ace-3. What does he say? Does he say the magic words?
He should do.
I think he should as well.
Has to.
17 bigs, 8, just shy of 18.
No, is he just called, or is he 4? What? Is he going to 4-bet call off? Well, he's putting a third of his stack tower nearly, and he's got a suited wheel ace, and now we're playing chip EV and we're heads up. We're going to have to call off. Because as long as we're not up against aces, we're going to be getting the right price.
All in a call, so here we go for the title.
Here we go. Andreas likely to be our champion.
For the title. Sam's just come to join us for the, could be, potentially, the final hand. Does Andreas stay in front and become champ? Well, 4s are now playing for the wheel. Oh, just ping the ace.
Just do it that way, why not? Get there on the turn, no waiting about for the river, but still needing to fade a diamond or an 8.
And does, it's a heart. So the Ace-3. Back to 7.5, back to 4.5 for Andreas. More playing this now, Sam. Good evening. They've chopped it up a little. 23,000 to Neil on the right, 21,000 to Andreas on the left, 2,160 to play for in a £250 comp. 605 runners. Fabulous. You been watching the footy, Sam? Good result for your lads yesterday. And then Man City couldn't be the other Milan team, and Jay's five-time even money shot didn't come in. Shocking.
Well, we were one up out of 5 with 5 minutes to go,
That
so
is true.
it was nice to have a sweat for
That was
2
true.
minutes.
Believe it or not, that is true. On 83 minutes, there was 1 up, and then on 88 minutes, there was 4 up. Cheers, Loopy. We're in Blackpool ourselves. Calf Cup is on. Loopster, if you fancy a bit of shenanigans and the music playing, we're on then. 2nd of November in Blackpool, and the festival, full festival, starts on the 30th of October. And we'll be there.
Another big hand for Andres. 10s.
That's exactly right. Come for the Calf Cup and then down to the Tower Ballroom for the World Championships. Fantastic. And then Debbie can spend all the money. Good old Debs. Heads up. Neil's just doubled. It's a chip lead. Where's Bob when you need him?
Where is Bob?
Where's Bob? Where's T-Man Bob? You're too late to drink tea.
No.
Finish out, Bob. Bob. Eight 5 for Neil. Just calls. We makes it 300. Jack 5-6 flop. Apologies for the lateness of the action. So we get there eventually because we see a free flop. Andrews check calls the flop. Once he's up and down. 2 pair for Neil. So I could take a big chip lead here because it could go quite chunky. About 700k maybe. And Andreas up and down will probably call. Was he minute 7? What's that? 650 maybe? Yep, 650. Now, no, he decides to get away from the 3-4. 3-4 hearts would have called. What on earth happened to your team? What on earth happened to the Gasman's team?
Towers treble happened. That's what happened to the team.
Bristol Rovers none. Not even any. Against Wigan, who'd not scored away all season. Yeah, well played, Gasman. What happened?
You put him in the treble, that's what happened.
Yeah, probably. Matt Taylor thought, oi, oi, they're in the treble.
Found out as well, it was Tower was actually on the Liechtenstein draw when San Marino got their first win in 20 years as well.
Oh, dear. I thought Gillingham were a great bet.
You thought Bristol Rovers was too,
But
obviously.
I looked at I really looked at it, and I got asked for a treble to stick on the new sports book which they have here, and I thought this looks good. Won't be betting. You're already in the bucket. There's another team that's in the bucket as well. Who was it? That I can't be. That I can't be betting. Who was it? I can't remember who it was. There's another team. Who was it? Let me down. You could have lost by 3 or 4 more. Great. Won't be in any more trebles this year, that is for sure. Not any. And it's pretty tough on Saturday as well for the treble because there's a lot of odds on teams this week. Loads. I think the bookies have shortened the odds again. Seems to be far too many odds on teams at home this week. The big coupon buster was Plymouth, beating Sunderland. Wayne Rooney got a win. Don't know how. How does Wayne Rooney get a win against top of the league? How does that happen? Football's a funny old game, you know. It's tough, this Towers treble. Not as easy as you think. Yeah. You've got Peterborough away on Saturday, and Peterborough are like 1-2, so they can't go in the treble. Just can't do it. Just cannot do it. So one chance to win it, one double up for the shorty. You don't do well there. You don't do well at home either. You lost 4-0 last week. 4-0. 6-3 for Andreas after he doubled down from Neil doubling up. Could have won the title. But unfortunately lost the end. So now it's 40-20 blinds in favour of Neil. Rest of Luton looks like this. Tomorrow, High Roller Day 2. Have we nearly cracked the money in the High Roller? Must be close. Must be close in the High Roller.
Oh, that's not going to be a worry. There's 61 in, and we always get double figure day 2 buy-in, so that won't be a problem tomorrow. I'm sure we'll get at least 10, probably closer to 15, 20.
Yep. So 100k guarantee. We'll get hit. The main event starts at 1 o'clock. We're on at 12:20 with the High Roller Day 2. Friday, all about the main event. Saturday, the Cup starts as a side event as Day 2 for the main event starts. And then Sunday with all the sides. Plenty going on here in Luton.
Couple of ladies for Andreas. Not getting any action from Neil. Seen Queens 3 times heads up.
Like the carpet on the floor, you need sunglasses when you walk in. Do you know what? It's all the way through the casino. You walk through the pit, it's there. You walk upstairs, it's there. You walk into the new sports bar, just stop short there. The new sports bar's great. Great sporting area. They have 4 skyboxes. 4 different sports you can watch. There were that much to choose from today in the sports book area. They even had windsurfing on.
Windsurfing?
Yeah. I don't really know much about windsurfing.
Yeah, you're like this. So
you never tried it when you went to Spain?
North London Derby, Sunday.
Right. Yeah.
Instead of watching at home, I thought, oh, Hill Street, 5-minute walk from me. I'll go up there. Got a nice big screen. Probably be quiet. Not many people in there.
Yeah.
Go in there. Windsurfing's on. I go to them, can we get the football on, please? It took them, I'm not joking, about 15 minutes to figure out, because they said no one ever changes the telly in here. It took them about 15 minutes to get the football on for me at Hill Street. I'm not joking, it took them a good 15 minutes to get Spurs Arsenal on.
Yeah, that's what I've said for years.
I wish it took them 90 minutes, but
I said for years they need an 18-year-old kid with a remote control to change channels as and when a game kicks off.
Yeah.
That's all they need. Yeah, windsurfing was on. But they did have the cricket, the dog racing, the horse racing was on, the football was on, 3 different games. It was fabulous.
Love this from Neil. Haven't seen much of this at all. Raising as a bluff. In position. And this is a really strong line. Sorry, out of position, but check calls flop. Now check raises on this turn. I love this. Don't know what Andreas is working with. But Neil trying to tell the story that he's got trips or better. Let's get Andreas out of there. Well played, Neil. Very nice. Newport are in the football bucket. There you go.
Newport. Yes, Newport, you're right. Cheers, Razor Kev. Absolutely. Newport County. They're in. They go along with Bristol Rovers.
No, I'll be in Reading next week, Luke. The missus will probably play it though. She'll probably go.
Nice one. Would you play a sat? Do they do satellites for them kind of 25-50s?
Yeah, they usually do.
Like it. We're in Reading for the 888 Festival next week. We'll be at Reading Grosvenor Casino.
Probably won't do a satellite. Nice when you got a backer that just takes off and you never have to pay any back if you don't win. That's always nice, isn't it?
I wonder who that is. Cashton Goliath 2 years running.
Yeah.
Well worth backing.
3 years, like 3 years running, yeah.
Well worth backing, let me tell you.
We actually, when I got back from Vegas first week after, they had or it might have been the second week at Hill Street, we both final tabled the monthly there, me and Alistair, both made the final table.
Did you?
It's the first time I've ever made the final table there and actually been there for the final table.
My chips are normally playing around somewhere else.
Yeah, they do some nice little comps up there at Hill Street, to be fair. I think the monthly the best one.
I think they have cash game promotions on, don't they, as well?
Yep. High hand.
Yeah. All good stuff. $10 flop, 10-5-2. Andreas, unbeknown to us, 2 or 3 times that's happened.
Wouldn't mind seeing. Oh, it's kind of close, King 3 here, just looking at the stack depth actually. If it was suited with the backdoor flush draw, definitely continue. Just going to let this one go. Right, we're going to go into the 250k level in 2 minutes time, guys, which means there's less than 50 bigs in play. Had this one down, finishing at 160 big blind.
Yep.
We have had 2 double ups already, heads up. There's a couple free-handed.
Raise it up. Nope, limp.
Andreas getting to check with the 8-5.
Yep. Ace 9 10 flop. Ace of spades.
Nice little flop for Neil, up and down. It's going to fire. Should do the trick.
Should be the end. No. Andreas has other ideas.
Gonna float 8 high, no draw.
Ain't got the backdoor spades.
I guess if you want to find some reason to continue, well, there is the backdoor spade draw that he's picked up. Is he thinking about putting on his leading shoes now after floating 8 high on the flop? Well, he might definitely be leading now. I think Neil looked like he went to check there out of turn. So he's going to have a little lead at it.
650, 2/3.
Hefty lead. And does get the jack 8 out of there. Credit to Andreas. Strange line, but works. Ace Jack 4, Andreas on the button. Just going to be an open. 20 bigs, too much to be shoving. I'd just like to see a raise call.
King 9 8. Neil flops best with the 7 8. Six of spades won't make a difference to Andreas.
You start leading here now though as Neil make the assumption 9x King X starts betting flop. Still get some value from ace high type stuff. Even some turn 6x if it's ever in there. And like ace 6 that might check back flop. $6.50. Going to put ace high in a real gross spot against 2/3. Difficult one to be continuing.
And he just gets him in the muck rather than continue with the ace jack. Neil building his stack again. Up to 8 million. Andreas on 3.7. Lines are up. Lines are now 100 to 250. So just let's make it up. So a check call from Andreas. 10-9 flop, 10-9-3. The line's at 250k. It was just a make-up from Neil. These are the ones that JB raising up with the King 6. The King 6 off. The power combos. He'll be raising up pre with them. Neil wouldn't get to see a flop with a 7-3. Now he takes the lead with the 3. Andreas with the King 6 will probably just muck. And there we go. A hand he should have won pre. Neil wins it post. Evening, Asifo. How are we doing? What's happening with you? Where are you? Have you got your ticket to the CAF Cup yet on the 2nd of November? He's in Manchester. He's at home for once. You've not been around the world this year as much as you normally do. What's on in Manchester this weekend? Ah, he's after Malta and the Battle of Malta, so he won't be in Blackpool for the CAF Cup. Never mind. Queen Eye flop. Andreas just flops top 2, and we check as Neil flops second pair. If YouTube is 30 seconds behind Facebook, make sure you've got the red live ticker, red live spot checked on your YouTube. If you're 30 seconds behind Facebook, just give it a refresh and make sure the red light's on and not grey.
It's a top 2 for Andreas.
Yep.
We got an unbeliever in Neil.
Off to the river. If this is a 5, this could be it for Andreas for a nice double up.
Oh,
and it is!
You've only gone and called it in.
It is a 5. This is just a full double. Can't be anything else.
Even if Neil leads, but I'm just going to check to aggress up. Andres going to bet, and Neil probably going to jam for value.
He says, I'm all in. Neil looks down. He says, yeah, a river 2 pair. Makes the call. A higher 2 pair for Andreas. He says. And the river, the worst river in the deck for Neil, as we flip-flop the stacks again.
On in and call. Shut up, please.
So the 3rd time, flippity-flop, flippity-flop.
heads up bout this is. Hour and 20 in. And nothing's given for the mini main title just yet.
Nope. We've levelled the money off as well. 2,160 to play for. The next level, there'll only be 40 bigs in play. 300k. Nice one, Ian. Thanks for sticking with us. Glad you got your double up. I want to know what price it was. I reckon it would be about 1.8.
Probably double his money, just shy of.
Yeah. And we'll see you tomorrow. We're on at 12:20 tomorrow if you can come and join us.
Lewis takes that one. This is where we started, just role reversed.
Yep.
Neil started with 7.3, Andre started with 4.7. We're in the 250k level. I'd be shocked if it doesn't finish in the next 20 minutes.
Played in Madrid, Irish Open, Malaga, Manchester, Malta next month, and then Prague in December. I'd like Prague in December, I really would. Not to play, just to go to the Christmas market.
I've never been Prague.
In Wenceslas Square. I'd love that. What's happening? Oh. Unscheduled 5-minute break. Oh. There we go.
Teas?
Teas, waters. I'll run through the schedules of what's going on. You have a quick wander. How do we buy into the CAF Cup, says Kevin Dowling. You can go into any Grosvenor casino in the country and say, can I buy into the CAF Cup in Blackpool, please, on the 2nd of November. Or just come for the quick wander while they're having 5 minutes. Registration is open in any Grosvenor casino. Just tell them you want to buy into the CAF Cup in Blackpool on the 2nd of November. And there you can, in any club. People have bought in from Leeds, so we know it can be done. So they're gone for a quick break. I don't know if he's ordering food. You're not having a dinner break, that is for sure. I've only got 40 bigs in play. Come on. So that's what you do with that. And we'll be there in Blackpool. Rest of Luton looks like this. Rest of Luton looks like this. We're on the Thursday tomorrow for the High Roller Day 2. High Roller got some numbers, I'll tell you. It did indeed. We did. 60 odd, I think it was 66, did he say? With tournaments, level butchers, High Roller, there we go. 63 today, fantastic. 63 today, 100,000 guaranteed High Roller, so that's done. That is on there. We've got the 888 next week in Reading. That's what the festival looks like in Reading. Starts on the Monday with the cash out satellites for the Voyage and the main for the main event as well. And then you got the Voyage on the Tuesday, PLO on the Tuesday, and the cash out satellites. We're there on the Wednesday, so I think we'll only be streaming like day 1B of the Voyage once we've set up. I think that's what we're going to be doing. And then Thursday we will have the voyage and the conclusion of the day 2. On the Friday we will then have the high roller day 2, and then Saturday and Sunday we'll have the main event. That's what's going on in Reading for that one. And then Coventry will be up later this week. Coventry's 10th till the 20th of October. 500,000 main event guarantee. That was a quick 5 minutes, wasn't it? That was quick. Literally wanted a minute and off he went. And now they're back. King 8 flop. Andreas has to be leading. No matter what hand he has to be leading. And now look at these, 27 and 21 bigs. This has to end in the next 2 levels. It has to. Big blind next level will be 300k. And there's only 12 million chips in place. That's 40 bigs. That'll be 20 bigs each average stack. You've got to be thinking that the next level has to be the last one. So we could be looking round about a midnight finish. We started at 5. And then tomorrow we're on the high roller trail from 12:20. So Andreas with the 6s. Water boys here, thank you very much. 4-2 for Neil. So Andreas raising up. I guess the deuce 4 to fold. So Andreas back up to 7 mil against 5 million. Was it 3 times all in the call? Yep. Short stacks won.
It has been.
Oh, now what's he lost? God, I hope he's got his car keys round his neck.
Oh, he's counting his pennies. 1, 2. He had the finger out then. He's figured it out. He's lost a quid.
No way.
He was just counting with his fingers. The coin's in his hand. Oh, Lime Ricky's in the building. Hello.
Hey, Lime Ricky. Oh, she's raiding. Missed that one. How are we doing? Will we have you in the mods? I'm guessing we do.
This could be close to whether this goes in or not. If like one that Neil could definitely rip. If Andres goes for a size that isn't all in, and Ace 10's just a clear raise call off of 19 BBs.
Yeah, there is a raise.
Now, is Neil gonna get aggro with the King 10 or just call and see a flop? Always continuing here. It's just a matter of whether Neil wants to play for all of it.
I think he'll see a flop. He's counting out raising chips.
It's going to be a scenario same as before with the Ace-3 suited tower. When we thought go for this free bet, not all in, we put in 2/3 of our stack now. Are we just 3-bet folding King 10? And if we are, we should just free bet to like 1.1 million. Just basically click it. Give ourselves some room to fold.
Just announced his call with Ace 10. Should have been a jam with Ace 10. So off to the flop. Becomes 10 high, we could have a champion. Well, 8, Jack, 8.
Neil's had a mad moment. He thinks he's first to act.
I think because the button's in seat number 6, he thought he was first to act. But now this is interesting. An all in out of turn is a round penalty.
Yep. So I'm guessing he just forfeits his blinds for
So do they enforce it? Heads up.
We'll find out.
It's normally standard to be a orbit penalty if you're all in out of turn. Obviously, I don't think he meant to because the button was in seat number 6 and not in front of seat number 7. So he thought he was on the small blind. So Andreas bets 250. What's happening here?
So action was on Andreas, so it's him to act first, Tower. So what he's done, he's changed the action because if he checked, this all in would stand from Neil. But now he's gone 250. Like Neil can still jam, but looking like he's now going to fold, and he takes his chips back.
He just apologised. He said, I obviously didn't mean to do it. Because the button was at the side of him, not in front of him, he thought he was first to act. There's only 2 of you left, Neil. There's only 2.
If this isn't done in the next 10 minutes, Tower, I probably would have given 20s, 25s maybe to reach the 300k level, maybe even more.
It'd have been the same price. That'd have been the same price as Tottenham at 85 minutes.
Yeah, probably would have.
What would you like, Mr. Frankie?
No
he only ever comes in when he wants something. He don't come in and say, hello guys, how you doing? Have you had a nice week off or anything like that? No, he always wants something. Come on, what do you want?
He's going to pull a muscle doing commentary.
I did. I thought I'm walking away. It's all that setting up I have to do. What would you like, Frankie? See, he's not even told us now.
He just come in to laugh that you pulled a muscle.
I know. God. What a groin injury. So I'm guessing our Limerick is going to be in the moderator's box next week from Wednesday onwards.
Maybe not. It's UKPL. She just does a Sunday on UKPL, right, Reading?
She was in Leeds?
Yeah, just on the Sunday.
Oh, just a Sunday in Leeds, yeah. We're very surprised, weren't we?
She's just a part-timer at the small ones.
Just a Sunday for the small ones. And then all of a sudden, we've got 5 tokens for you to give away.
Yeah.
That was brilliant.
I like bet here from Andreas if check 2. Just bottom of range, always folding out better hands when we get the folds. Can't check back 3 high, can we? Yeah, nice from Andres, making it 700k. Now about this one for Neil, rather than call, how about raise on the cards? Don't think he'll ever be raising from the body language, but seems like a very tidy combo. No clubs in hand, blocking the straights, blocking some 2 pairs to potentially get after it with. Target some 1 pair stuff that Andres would take this line for value with. It does just fold. You'll be waiting there a while, Leah, if you're waiting for Neil to find something in that bag, I'll tell you that. Yeah. That he told her, go off, come back, wait till I found it. This man, it just seems all over the shop. All in for Andres. King 8 off, only 11 bigs. Just checks though.
No, getting them in.
And then let Neil realise with 10-6.
Yeah, getting them in. Neil could have any of that. Put him to the test. If he's got rags, make him pay for it. King 8. Guy's got 10 bigs. Should have been in. Now you've lost the pot. The pot you should have won pre-flop.
Well, should still call once, Tower, because when you think about it, Ace High is going to jam. King, Queen, King 9 through King Queen is going to jam. So essentially, like King 8 is probably the best high hand that we're going to have here. So I don't mind the call once from Andres. And Neil does snag off this 6 and checks it back to the 7 of spades river. And with 8 in hand, does Andres now feel obliged to bluff at this one?
Check, check. 6 wins. Yep. King 8. Losing one we shouldn't have lost.
Pair of sixes. Oh no. Wow. I missed my hand.
So Andreas with the 8-3 of diamonds. Do you raise any suited cards? Heads up.
It depends on your strat, Tower. It's like one of the forms of poker that's so difficult to do anything right. There's sometimes you do this, sometimes you do that. It's a lot of mixing going on, and depending on what strategy you come in with, what you're studied at. If you've studied playing a lot of limps on the button, you're more inclined to play that. If you've studied just playing raise first in, making it 2 BBs, you're more likely to play that. It's complex when you're down to 2 players. Pure form, no hiding. You need to get in there and battle.
Leeds, Blackpool, Birmingham, Hill Street next week, 25.50s if you fancy a game. If not, we're in Reading for the 888 festival. Come down and join in the fun down in Reading. Andreas now has the chip lead, 14 bigs for Neil. What are we flip-flop 3 times?
Yeah, three times. Could have been over on 3 separate occasions, twice as well. The best hand with the covering stack and the short stack with the worst hand coming from behind. You know, I'm fine with ordering food at the poker table and eating food at the poker table. But why on earth would you order food when your head's up and you know you're going to be playing every hand? It's not like you can fold under the gun, have 3 minutes, have a bite, fold the next hand, have 3 minutes, have a bite. Your head's up, Neil.
Just wait 20 minutes and have it in peace and quiet.
Just wait till you're done. He's back and forth, back and forth.
Because the next blinds are 300,000 and that's 20 bigs effective. Like, 40 bigs total, 20 bigs average stack. Should be over next session or next level. Have your steak in peace.
Like, I don't understand the heads up food. I understand people order food and eat at the poker table. You don't get much time throughout the day, but full ring, you get 2-3 minutes to have a little gobble in between hands. You're playing heads up. You get 15 seconds while Katie's riffling the deck. That's it. Here we go. Quickly, cards into the muck. Quick turn round, eat a chip, and it's going to be back on him. It's going to be back on him. Look, quick! Got to get some down us.
Yeah. Speed eating. Wipe the hands. There we go.
Back again.
That's it. Cards on time. Yeah, I've not missed anything. Love it.
Deuce 4-0.
Again, another bite. What's he having, cheese and pickle, do you reckon?
I think that's the Wagyu burger that I had. Is it the Wagyu burger?
Well, we better have Simon Higgins.
Huh? Yeah. Andres with 8's big hand to find heads up.
The heads up, he should ask for 5 minutes to finish his meal. He should order his meal after we're finished. The heads up, there's 40 bigs effective. The average stack's 20 big blinds. This level should not exist in this comp.
It shouldn't.
He should be sat down eating his steak and eggs at a table in peace and quiet with either a trophy or just second place money.
Yeah, 10-8 of clubs here. Off of 13. Against 3x here though from Andreas, big opening sizing, and Neil says I'm all in, and it's a snap for Andreas.
Here we go.
And gonna like what he sees.
He is indeed. This could be it. Might go and enjoy his sandwich in peace now. 10-8 of clubs against Andreas as pocket 8s. Chip leader has the best hand. This could be it. Oh, in the window, ladies and gentlemen, the 10.
Yeah, so leaves Andreas with just one out.
Diamond on the turn for a sweat. Nope.
So just the one out, a worst hand coming from behind again for the short stack. Is there an 8 on the end? There is not. So once again, it's a role reversal. And
flippity flop.
I'll bring you back to about an hour and 40 minutes ago, when Neil started with 7.3 and Andreas started with 4.7, and here we are, back where we started. Only difference is the blinds now are through the roof, so Andreas only with 19 BBs.
Yeah, the blinds are up.
But Neil loves that. Not only does he win the pot, he gets a good, at least I'd say a minute and a half to have a little eat of his dinner while all the chips are sorted.
That's it. This is the biggest break he's had.
Yeah, I know, yeah. They count the stacks. So Neil Bernardo with a double.
So stack's done. Roll reversals yet again, and as Jay says, exactly where we were at 10 PM. Four flip-flops. Flippity-flop.
Only 4 flips, 3 70-30s and 1 flip. And the 30%er has been the winner. 3 out of 3 occasions when they've been the dog.
So the 300,000 level. 12 million chips in play. 40 bigs in play. This has to be the level.
All in. Has to be for Neil. We got a pair.
No, we don't like the all in. He just puts a raise in.
Like we want stuff like 5-6 suited, 7-6 suited to fold in the big blind here tower. That's why it would perform much better as a jam. I'm just going to get the raise and take through.
10 bigs for Andreas. Leeds, Blackpool, Birmingham, Hill Street next week for the 2550s. Reading for the 888.
Reading South, is that the one that we were always at with the show bar?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. We set up the table on the show bar. Obviously, you've been there. You've been on the final table.
Yeah, been there, yeah, Reading.
The old show bar.
Ali Malou won that one, I remember.
He did.
Barry Cobb was at the FT. Andy Hills was at the FT, I remember as well. Andreas should just shove here tower. I have no idea what's going on with just raising like it
Why
was
do we
10
need
bigs.
to click this? We've got 10 bigs.
Yep, just all in fold. We should be playing, but we have got some raises coming in. Just takes that one down as Andreas back to 3.2. Suited for Neil on the button. Like even here, might even be fine to jam. Suited 4 deuce at 10 effective. And Andres with the 10-3. Assume he is going to check.
Flop time. Queen 10 deuce, 2 diamonds.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Is this going to be
Little
it?
Pair flush draw.
Yeah, 9 on a coin flip here. See if Neil wants the fast play.
Yeah, 350. Do we jam?
The thing is with jam, we don't really fold out better, do we? But he is going to go for the jam, and I assume Andres with a pair heads up is going to call Jack 9, King Jack. Well, King Jack should shove pre. Some flush draws in there that we are ahead of. And another thing, although these two aren't really taking the shove spots, even Queen X for 9 bigs tower pre should be going in.
Oh, it's folding.
Whoa, another chance there was there for the stacks to swivel. But that's a big mover for Neil. Gets the 10 to fold, and I was saying how I don't think we ever fold out better. How wrong could I be? Getting second pair to fold there at this stack depth.
With 8 bigs. 23,000 to Neil, 21,000 to Andreas, and 2,160 to play for. Shows how much the trophy is wanted. That's what these two are definitely playing for.
Whitey in the building.
He is. What What are they eating in the background? What's happening there? Whoa, time out, ladies and gentlemen. What's happening in the background?
Can we cut to that shot? Have we got a button to do that? To zoom in?
God. Did you get asked if you wanted out to eat?
I didn't
Did you? No. Neither did we. Sat in this
broom cupboard.
Feel like Gordon the Gopher. Sat here. Don't say who. Please do not say who. Yes, John. They have split. You don't know what I'm on about, do you?
He's from like a kids program. He's like Mr. Blobby.
No.
Gordon
the Gopher was in the broom cupboard when he came home from school.
No, I didn't know. I've heard the name thrown about.
BBC One.
Nah. Too old for me, Tower.
And yes, John, they did split it. 23,000 to Neil on the right, Andreas on the left. Got 21 and 2,160 to play for. There's 40 bigs in play. And we're still limping. So 2160 to play for and the trophy. Here we go. 300k big blind. 4 Tonys running. Yeah, there's the turbo running, the mini, the high roller and a satellite.
And got to be a jam for Andreas.
Pocket threes made hand. In they go. 8 bigs.
Don't jam this, I'll be shocked.
Yep, he's announced it. That are in. Oh, the old Doyle. Can't do anything with it.
If it somehow gets to the next level, it's going to be just 30 bigs in play tower in 20 minutes time.
Yep, you just can't.
I said that about 250k level. I said that about the 300k level.
I thought it was going to finish at 1-2 maximum. That's what I said.
160 is the ballpark. It's always 80 bigs in play, what I use to guess finish time.
Yeah. So, on to Neil, 7 deuce. Could be a walk.
That's suited. He's going to go for complete.
Back down to Pizzagate in the background. What's happening there? What is it?
I don't know.
There's no left on that plate.
No, there's definitely not.
Look at that. One clean plate on that side. We've gone clubbing in Luton. If that's a thing.
I doubt it. Highly doubtful. I think White Lion, Red Lion.
Red Lion, that's about it.
Closest yet.
That's as far as you want to go.
Wednesday night karaoke, Red Lion. And if you actually go on TripAdvisor,
yeah.
And do you know what's top for the best thing to do in Luton? If
Red
you, go,
Lion?
if you go on TripAdvisor and go best things to do in Luton, what will be number 1?
Red Lion.
It will be here at the Grosvenor Casino.
Really?
It is the Grosvenor Casino.
Really?
Top choice in Luton, where we are right now.
There you go. We're in the top choice.
To be fair, if I didn't have any responsibilities, I'd come here all day, sit in that sports room, have a little fly.
Imagine that on a
have to
Saturday
move.
afternoon.
Yeah, just sitting there watching the
Oh,
football.
half-term curtains going on and everything.
Can you chuck the curling on that TV or have the horse racing here, the football up here?
There's 4 skyboxes. 4 TVs you can watch sports on. Imagine that a Saturday afternoon. Oh. God. Half-time betting terminals going on and everything. There'll be everything going on.
Just completes 10 deuce off. Would have preferred fold and now just going to lose that half a BB because Neil going to set him in. Doesn't, just raise it up. I have no idea what these two are up to. Seen so many spots where it should just be jam heads up and we're not jamming. But what this could be, Tower, and you say it a lot of the time, people looking at their stack in terms of chips.
Yeah.
I've got 3 million chips, I've got 8 million chips, not thinking I've got this amount of big blinds.
Yeah,
and
exactly right.
That could be what's going on here.
Because there's so many runners and so many chips in play,
Yeah.
it looks like you've got a lot more than you have.
Yeah.
Stop vaping at the table, you.
He's not. He's beatboxing. Yeah. No, he's in deep thought now, Tower. Good old Neil. He's made me laugh today, actually. Some of the mannerisms.
6-7 Seward. Makes it up.
Daniel says, I understand why they fight for the trophy so hard. They are pretty. Andres here with the 9-7 in the big blind. The thing is, no one's really doing any trapping with these completes, and maybe Andrea's thinking, I'm just going to jam and pick up this limp from Neil, but he checks.
Whoa.
Wow.
A 7, 8, 9 flop. Top and bottom for Andreas. And a snap all in from Neil.
We go. So when Andreas lead, Neil jam with the 6-7. He's going to see he's in terrible shape here.
Here we go for another flip flop. Flippity flop.
Is it going to be a situation of the worst hand coming from behind again?
That's happened every time. Here we go. Andreas, phone out again, just in case. A 10 hits on the turn. Oh, and he has. Andreas now needs a 6, a 7, a 9, or a jack. And it's a 4. We have a champion, ladies and gentlemen. After flippity flopping 4 or 5 times. That was a battle.
It was.
Whoosh. Well done, Mr. Neil.
2 hours, a heads up nearly, Tower. We don't see that. And don't even see that in the main events, let alone mini on the 30-minute clock at 5-handed. So
Neil Bernard, there he is, arms folded. What a battle that was with Andreas. Woo! We get the photo.
Shades of Nick Shulman.
It's a good job there, clean.
It is. It is.
It's a good job Andy's not looking. He's stuffing his face with pizza. He's all right. He's in the background. Well done, Mr. Neil Bernard. Fantastic effort. Great for everybody as well. Christian, Paul, Bixie, out quite a while ago. Anthony Desai, and we had who else did we have? We had Graham.
And Zacheng first out, which seemed ages ago at 20 past 5. Was out first hand of the day.
Fantastic. And that is it for the mini main. That is for now complete. Well done, Mr. Neil. And we are back tomorrow at 12:20 with the high roller. That could be an interesting day. Let me tell you, there's some big superstars in that lineup, and there's still about 40 left in the mini for in the high roller for that one. So that's going to be interesting tomorrow. A little bit longer than we anticipated, but a great watch.
And the heads up was good to watch. It was just back, forth, but that was that. That was the mini final table.
Absolutely, loved it all. Thanks for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow from 12:20 with the high roller, and there are some class players playing this event in Luton. So come and join us. 100,000 guarantee is going to get smashed. Well done to Neil. Neil Bernard winning himself a trophy and got the money. He got 23,000 plus the extra 2.16. So well done to him. Back tomorrow, 12:20, high roller. Should be a classic. Come and join us. Ta-ta.
Good night.
More fun.